Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, Wong. Hi, Q. Hi, hot. Hi. Oh, big. Big. I have to shrink everyone down. And undeafen myself. Hello?
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
I'm in I'm doing the cool ADHD thing where I have all the streams open.
You're gonna overstimulate yourself, bro.
Well, they're all muted because
Okay.
stimulating my CPU and RAM is what I'm doing.
New symptom of ADHD, high RAM usage.
I mean, not entirely inaccurate as to what happens in your brain.
You know that's not what we mean. You know that's not what we mean. Hot Rod says, oh no, it's that person full of knowledge. Noah.
But you know what I like more than knowledge?
What's that?
This new Lamborghini that I have in the Hollywood Hills.
I see. Misery.
I literally can never hear the word knowledge anymore without thinking of that.
Understandable.
It's like a sleeper agent like phrase.
Okay. Since we last worked on this animation, I had the other artist on the team go over one of the frames to give me a style snapshot of what we're going for. So we're going to be drawing over this a bit and tooling it up so that we can do the final line art in the style that we're going for. Wong says that they see I'm still cursed to wear the maid outfit. Still cursed if I like it. I'm ambivalent to the outfit. I'm just so appalled that it's near constant at this point. Clung to my body like a parasite. Yeah, this is my Venom suit.
That's the idea.
And Lyle said, let's lock in this Thursday, baby. Hi, good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Oh.
He's gonna take his face off.
The maid outfit may have been the better choice here.
I got you, I say, realizing I can't change your outfit yet.
You have to sit with the consequences of these actions. It's so funny how much of the screen the glottal mask actually covers. It's so much taller.
This is a glottal stream now.
Always been. Hot Rod says, can they activate the shock collar on Dada? No! I would never allow that.
Why am I being brought into this? What did I do? I'm just sitting here.
The glottal outfit.
It's true. You were the activator of the glottal outfit.
Well, someone was complaining about being in a maid outfit, so...
Is it complaining if they simply mention the status of their existence?
Yes.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I have no opinion in this matter.
I think my favorite variation of the understandable have a nice day has to be incomprehensible. May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh my god.
On your wretched soul.
That one is a good one. Okay, Alt AEX, that's renamed you back to 1. Put you on the timeline.
My bear is like so inconsistent.
I'm sorry, you said your bear?
Yeah.
Oh, for your comic!
Yeah.
I suppose you'll simply have to
Bear with it. Are you going to say that?
grin and bear it.
Dead to me, Noah. Dead to me. Okay.
I've been dead to everyone for quite some time. You gotta let me go, Connor.
Lila's feeling the snack drop redeem. Fun fact, if you save up for... What's the name of it?
Yes.
Snacks fan. Yeah. It is now only 5 credits. It's only 5 clamps now. The rain begins.
We haven't done it in a while, and I feel bad
Real.
about it because I overzealously spammed the doodle redeems, and I forgotten all about this one.
Oh, there we go. Also,
I failed you.
Poyo redeem. Not gonna mute for this one. You guys just have to listen.
I mean, implying that we wouldn't want to.
Fish outfit.
Poyo! Poyo! Poyo, poyo.
So Lyle's asking if I'm gonna eat these or not. I can. I can crawl around at the bottom of the screen and munch. That's what they're for. Wait, did I?
Yeah. What have you done?
Hold on, I press... Oh, no, Wong did the maid outfit, but it didn't do the sound effect. Wait, how did Wong do the maid outfit? Are my redeems messed up?
I don't know, is it?
That should have had a lot more of a cooldown for them to do that.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that.
It is the will of the maid outfit that it return.
If I find out that the redeem isn't working, like if the timeout isn't working for it, and that's why we've been stuck in maid mode because people can just do it whenever, I'm gonna lose it.
Such is the power of the maid outfit.
Oh my god. Okay, let me quick make a copy of this later. So Hot Rod said, "Hey, no eating while we're dropping."
Yeah, that was.
I'm not allowed to lessen the rains upon me. Goodness. Okay. Looks like raise up a little bit.
Detracting from our work. Betrayal.
Rotate that just a little. You are layer 3. Over here. Actually, let me just make a couple of copies of these, because we're going to need 8 different drawings, yeah? So those are all set up now. You back about where you're supposed to be, a little more rotation. Lyle said today's their sister's birthday. Writing the card has been the hardest part. I get that, bro. There's like an interesting balance you have to strike between meaning something, but also not being like, not being trite about it, not letting it feel like you're writing those things out of obligation, you know? Because, like, a lot of the times, I think cards can feel very... Oh, okay, there was a sound effect. That's very weird.
That's why I resort to vaguely threatening doodles.
But yeah, sometimes cards can make it feel like you're only doing something for the occasion. Lyle says, do they go full Hallmark or just drawing dancing mushrooms? It's hard to pick. You said your sibling's an art student. Go weird. That's my vote. Just get weird.
make a doodle of like them and yourself and all of their notable acquaintances just wearing masks of their face, raising them in a chair, and just chanting their name. It works wonders. I can attest to its effectiveness.
Okay, Hot Rod says they only scold me because they love me. Hugs. Now, you're saying that...
Toxic parenting?
No, you're saying that with the verbiage that makes me think it's pointed at me, but this sounds like something you would normally say at Dada. Lyle says they can't do a square, so that's not happening. Is that in reference to the chair?
The trick is, well, if you can't do a square, then just be there.
Okay, we're going away from the rough animation a little bit now, but that's okay. Let me set frame 1 and frames 8 at the beginning and end so that I have the onion skin on both sides.
Another one.
Boya! Wah! Boya, boya! Boya!
I swear, I think I'm making the poyos longer each time. Just keep adding syllables. Not that anyone's actually complaining.
Thank you, Dada.
Are we Kirbying in here?
Hey, did you mute yourself so I couldn't hear the Blue's Clues?
Not for that one. I think maybe it just didn't come over Discord.
Oh,
You want me to do it again louder?
No, it's okay.
That's what the...
You get a freebie. You get a freebie. But yeah, hi Papa. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. Hot Rod says that comment was to me, and that they would kick Dada after the hug. Be nice to Dada! Be nice to Dada. I'm gonna join the Dada defense squad. For real.
Yeah. So mean to me.
Everybody laugh until the Dada defense squad becomes the Dada attack squad.
Oh my god. Real. Okay, that little head bob is looking good. Which means, let me name this folder as cranium. Gonna duplicate it. Name this one jaw. Make sure it's below cranium. And what we're gonna do is take the key art again, and we're gonna just steal the jawbone from it. Wong says, if I was a creature in the aisle, the poyos and the pow pows would be part of the rorkeys. See, we have some dinosaur reconstructions that let us get an idea of what sound the dinosaurs make. But we don't have that for too many dinosaurs. For all we know, there's some fruity little pre-bird dinosaur that made those exact noises, and you can't tell me otherwise until science says so. Hot Rod says they are nice to Dada. They haven't even used this spray bottle on her yet. I'd like to note that I've not supplied the spray bottle. This is a bring your own spray bottle situation. Lyle says dinosaurs are cool. What's your guys' favorites? Growing up, I really liked raptors, so the answer was always velociraptors for the longest time.
I like the murder bird because of Ark.
Ooh.
They're so aggravating, and they're plant eaters. Why are they so aggressive?
I like the T-Rex because it's big,
A classic.
and also because it ate that one guy who abandoned the kids in Jurassic Park.
Understandable. I think all Child Protective Service units should have a T-Rex for that purpose.
Just find the guy who abandons the kid. It's in a dinosaur jailbreak situation, and just devour them while they try to hide in the bathroom. If nothing else, there is something to be said that at least he was in the bathroom when he died, so that when he, eventually
Relieved himself.
relieved himself with fear, it would have gone where it needed to go.
Oh my god. Wong says, scientists bring back the T-Rex, and it says Pollo. Harada also said, Dada has been good so far anyways.
I'm a great person.
You are.
Did you hear about the T-Rex that broke out at the Jurassic Park?
What about it?
Oh, you have?
Sure. Finish
Oh.
the joke.
The joke was no, and the response is, that's because I'm a very quiet T-Rex.
You got the setup for that all wrong, bro.
What was the actual setup?
The setup, the original joke is, did you hear about the gorilla that escaped the zoo? No, that's because I'm a very quiet gorilla. Snaps your neck.
Wong listed some dinosaurs. I'm assuming they are their favorites. Dryosaurus, Camarasaurus, and Allosaurus. Those are all good picks. Lyle says they like the spiky fish one because it's like, whoa, that's in there. Wow, thank God I'm not there. And then you go over there and it's over. Huh? Bro's sounding like that one Scooby-Doo video with like the caveman frozen to block of ice.
Thank God he's out, we're in here. And there, he's in there, and we're out here, and he's out here, and we're in there, and...
Boy, am I sure glad that he's in there, and we're out here, and he's the sheriff, and we're out there, and I just remembered. Where's the caveman? What was that, Dada?
Oh, sorry, I was looking up the murder birds. I was trying to find the actual name of it.
Okay, I gotta pick a point with this draw to start. Probably start on this frame. And I know that the jaw is gonna be like semi-close in this position because we're descending, and then it's gonna fall open because this is a loose, limp jaw. Bro is just hanging on by a thread. Hot Rod says, just noticed, Dada looks like a snack shark. Da-da. Da-da. Dun 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 dun.
Therizinosaurs. I hate those things.
That's the proper name for what you're thinking of?
Yeah, with their freaking nails, long butt nails.
Yeah, they're cool. So I know a good number of dinosaurs, but asterisk, I only know super shortened form of their names because the media that I know them from is Fossil Fighters, which is like it's hard to call it a Pokemon clone now that there's way more genuine Pokemon clone games, but it's like a monster acquisition game, but with dinosaurs. And so, like, the names that they used for them in that were always, like, super shortened. So, like, I do have a visual in head for the dinosaur that you're talking about, but the way that it was referred to in game was just Xyno. Okay.
There you go. I have perpetuated the joke.
What have you...
In general.
One of the text tracks?
In yours.
Ah. Hold on. Let me open this. I am opening this without your permission. Wait, I gotta stop the transformation on that.
Joke's on you. That's the whole idea. You have simply played into my hands.
Hey, friend. What's your email password? Sure, pal. It's Among Us. Also, this is the 13th floor. How'd you get up here? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Good stuff. Long says, the T-Rex in Jurassic Park is named Rexy or Roberta. She's the same T-Rex that appeared in the Jurassic World movies as well. Fantastic. Rexy is currently the biggest individual T-Rex in the canon. Awesome. Lyle asks, what dessert do you have for your birthday? Most people have cakes, but they know others, like ice cream, bread loaves, etc.
I suppose this is a cake, but one time, do you know what a Yule log is?
Yes.
I made one for my birthday because it's, on Christmas, so I'm like, hey, funny if I made a Yule log for my birthday, and it turned out really good, so I was like, yeah. But in the process of making said Yule log, we kind of screwed up on the part where you're supposed to, like, whip the crap out of, like, the heavy cream.
Mm-hmm.
And we realized, and my mom realized, like, wait a minute, we just made butter. And so she just used the quote-unquote failed whipped cream as butter, and it worked out swimmingly, so... And that got me to think about, like, how so much of, like, stuff is just wheat, dairy, and eggs.
Absolutely. There is a theory. It's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, that's true, but it's so nebulous that it's a theory. That every civilization started so that humans could make bread and alcohol. That is like the basis of the whole deal. Yep. We only started working together for those two things, and then everything else came with it. Bonus.
Okay, but when are we gonna make the elusive gaseous form of wheat? Like, where's the gas? We have liquid wheat, which is beer, and we have solid wheat, which is, bread.
Mm-hmm.
But where's the gaseous form of wheat?
You started that sentence, and I was just like, where's the caveman?
Where's the caveman?
So,
a loaf of milk.
Circling back to get my answer for Lyle, I like to shake up my birthday every year. I'll usually pick, like, one specific thing to have for, like, a birthday dinner deal, and then any, like, quote-unquote dessert is kind of negligible or a second thought, or that is what the birthday quote-unquote request is. If I had to just pick in general, I like cheesecake and I like carrot cake. And I'll go for other sweets, absolutely, but something about those, I don't know, I feel less guilty about them.
Will Connor ever stop having correct opinions about food?
Oh, I can say some really really controversial food takes.
But you gotta ask yourself, should I?
Okay. I like yellow mustard to the point where I have dipped potato chips in it before.
A potato chip isn't that far off from a fry, so it's just a flat fries.
Perhaps fair. What else? Cottage cheese and potato chips. I grew up eating that with my family to the point where I didn't realize that it wasn't a common thing to do.
I have no opinion on that because I don't really think I've ever had cottage cheese. Or if I have, it's been in a different name that I would know it as, and I wouldn't know what the difference was. Because it's funny how many times that like I've been like, oh, this exotic thing that I've never had, I would like to try it. And then I try it and I'm like, wait, this is just this thing that I've always had by a different name.
That's fair. Cottage cheese specifically is the cheese where it's rather milky, but then it has curds in it.
Have you ever had paneer?
Can you pronounce that a little more?
Paneer. It's spelled Paneer.
I can't readily say that I have. I'm gonna assume that it's bread based.
Nope, it is cheese.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that
Paneer
is
a fresh
thing.
It's a fresh, unaged, non-melting soft cheese common in Saudi. Yeah. So it's basically like you get the milk curds by basically putting the lemon juice into your milk and it'll curd the milk.
Yeah, okay.
So it's basically milk curd cheese, I guess. But like that's the closest thing I imagine to cottage cheese. So
I picture the lemon changing the profile of the flavor quite a bit, but in terms of texture, I wouldn't say that's wild.
It is a cube of cheese.
Oh, a cube. Never mind then. Cottage cheese is always very loose.
Okay, then maybe. Like there's variations of paneer that have it be like crushed into like bits and pieces. I suppose I'll find out one day.
Hot Rod says, when they get rich, they're buying a Jurassic Park themed house and moving moving me in there.
You get your own enclosure. Yay!
I was about to say, am I an exhibit?
Oh boy, we can put in like there will be a little hole in the wall where we can
shake my hand.
Shake your hand or give you like a singular shrimp.
Once a week they throw a goat in there and I just eviscerate it.
I'm reminded of the fact that in our faith, right, we have a tradition of like taking a single goat, and because of like the nature of how our religion was formed was that our religious leader, the Prophet Muhammad, basically used a single leg of goat and a single pitcher of milk and fed an army with his like miracles. So in line with the fact that our culture is very heavily reliant on goat meat, there is a tradition of like you have to basically say a prayer and butcher a goat yourself for the first time, and that's like a thing you have to do.
Okay.
We butcher a goat like for the meal of someone coming of age. I have not yet done so, but eventually I will have to. But I remember my mother once mentioned to me that they were taking one of the goats for that purpose. And as a child, I was like, the goat, if the goat will die, if they take out the goat, then their mother will be sad.
Aww.
Or their kids will be sad. They're going to be like, oh no, I can't see my goat family anymore. And,
That's
and
really precious.
not even like in a, like not in a it wasn't in a like sympathetic like, oh poor goat. It's more like very matter of factly like, this is what will happen.
Oh.
So, so I was asking if the goat's family will be sad, and she's like, no, don't worry about it. There's no goat family. This goat is like old and whatnot. So, etc., etc. This is fine. Don't worry about it, child. And then I just didn't want to see the goat.
Kids
I was like,
are
okay.
kids are weird. That's normal. That's not wild.
I would like to not see the goat have its processing done.
I would not like to behold death occurring in front of me.
There is a story regarding the miracles of our the Prophet Muhammad, wherein the Prophet Muhammad had his grandchildren who were also very important to our religion, yada yada whatnot. But the thing was that the Prophet Muhammad basically went and told one of his acolytes that, hi, I'm going to come over for dinner one time just to hang out because my grandkids are friends with your sons.
Yeah.
And also because because he's a religious leader, yada yada, big event in the household.
Yeah.
So the father, who is a goat farmer, goes out to the the farm to butcher a goat for the meal. And his kids see this butchery happening and are like, you know what we ought to do as a fun little game? The elder brother was like, this is entirely fine, and butchers his brother. just off with his head, and then he realizes, oh no, that's not what we're supposed to be. That's not how a human being should act. I may have killed my brother. That's not good. And so, in his shock, he just offs himself as well.
Oh.
So this is clearly the correct course of action. And so the father comes back. He's like, "Oh my god." So the father just dresses them up as if they're asleep and just tries to maintain everything because, again, the Prophet Muhammad is coming. I can't exactly say, no, I'm sorry, my kids just straight up died. So he tries to spend the entire evening everything is fine, don't worry, my kids are just asleep, they're really tuckered out. Unfortunately, the other kids are like, we would like to play with our friends, this is the whole reason we're here. Bring them out, please. To which the man is eventually like, yeah, so about that. Of course, this is a story about the miracles of our Lord, so of course the Prophet Muhammad shows up, takes a look, is like, I got you, fam. Brings them back to life. And then they realize, do not play with dad's equipment.
Yeah. That tracks. Go ahead.
I know this is the story is meant to show off oh, these are the miracles of our Lord, yada yada. But the real takeaway is kids be idiots.
Yeah.
Bro, don't do that.
That's the thing with a lot of, stories based in religion, is that they're usually kind of secretly meant to be instructional in some way. The ones that stick around are always usually, I don't want to say necessarily moralistic, but they have a utility to them. That's usually the bottom line. Hot Rod says, never watched an animal get butchered. They watched a pig get butchered, and it was a sight. Yeah, you know. If you go back not too many generations ago, it was very common to be a part of the life and death of your food. And so it's very interesting to see the culture of humans shift towards, I'm going to use the term privilege here, but I'm not necessarily saying that it's, something that we shouldn't have, the privilege to be disconnected from the butchering of our food. And there's a whole slew of good and bad things that come with that. For example, the scale at which we farm animals nowadays is so very large and seen very little by the people who are actually consuming the products made from it. And I think that's one of the things that have caused the catalyst of these big animal rights vegan movements is the fact that understanding the scale of which these things are being performed at is almost like privileged information to a degree. It is just not common knowledge. And so the people who do see stuff like that are usually horrified, but it also creates people who are in some ways hypersensitive to the origins of their food. I've seen pictures and videos and media posts about people losing their mind because they got a cut of chicken from, the butcher, or not even the butcher. They just picked up a slab of meat from their local Walmart and found, the start of the shaft of the feathers in the animal, and were so disgusted and put off by the fact that there was a part of the animal there that they've never associated with, that they've outright thrown the food away. I'm someone who grew up with food texture issues too, so in some ways I actually relate to people who experience stuff like that, where something new and something biological that they're not familiar with is present in their I don't want to just say food, it's specifically meat and stuff. And it's such a shock. Noah says this was alive? No, I'm talking about getting a chicken breast from the store and it not being cleaned perfectly.
Oh yeah, a few bit of feather left. You just pick it off and just eat it.
Yeah, no, but there are people who are so completely disconnected that they consider the meat filthy at that point that I've seen people throw stuff like that out wholesale. Wong says, it has become more humane to harvest meat chickens than to let them live too long because their selective breeding has lowered their quality of life past a certain point. Yeah. I don't know. You look at the recent state of bird flu interacting with chickens, and I just think about how different the impact would have been if we were still getting eggs and meat from smaller farmers and more farmers, because the animals would be less enclosed together in mass. So the impact would have been way down. But what we are working with is, these giant facilities with the animals crowded in as tight as they can, ethically and legally get away with. And that's, one of just what we're dealing with right now.
Chris actually made a video recently regarding the fact that if we did these specific things to improve the quality of life of like what we're eating,
Mhm.
it would have this much of an effect on how much the things that we purchase are. But it would also mean that like this much, like if we just used free range chickens, it would be like, I think, like $1 more per whole chicken.
Mhm.
Or something. But like they were just talking about like how the majority of like the meats that we consume have like very almost negligible degrees of like higher expense for the end consumer if we just let them not be in the worst possible conditions.
Yeah. And that's one of the things where companies in America are on a constant nosedive to make their end of the deal as efficient as possible. They don't want people to know it would only cost cents extra on, the buyer's end of things, because they are the ones that, benefit from being able to take it as far as they absolutely can to produce things the most efficient way possible. It's kind of like that one conundrum of talking about how much, quote unquote, the cost of like a Big Mac would rise to pay, people working at McDonald's a living wage. And it's always like just a couple of cents. But the thing is, that's the company. The company doesn't even have to make that couple of cents come out of the pocket of the consumer. All they'd have to do is pay a CEO less and accept like a little less efficiency. But they're not going to do that unless legislation forces them to do that.
Which is the age-old conundrum. Because, like, on the one hand, giving legislation too much power gives people who are potentially corrupt too much power.
Yeah.
And over other people. But giving them nothing means other potentially corrupt people have free leeway to do whatever they want without any oversight.
Yes. Although, tell you what, I would never use the word age-old in this situation, because what we're talking about is called vulture capitalism. It is the concept that the duty of a company, the only duty of a company, is to make profit, both for themselves and for shareholders. And that has only really occurred in the last 2 generations. If you go back just a little bit in history, companies used to pride themselves on the well-being of their workers and the benefits that they could offer and how much people wanted to work for their companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a couple of people whose names I'm not going to be able to pull out of my head who really pushed for this. But also another big factor in what's changed this is the emphasis on corporate shareholders. Giving people who own parts of the company more say in how the company's run has just also contributed to this advanced nosedive race to the bottom of quality for the worker. So
that much, yes, I agree. I was more talking about just like policy in general.
That's fair.
Because that makes it the age-old things. Like, if you let people do what they want, generally you will eventually have to contend with people doing bad things because they want to. But if you let people dictate what other people can or can't do, the potentially corrupt people will just go ahead and tell you can't do crap. So it's therein lies the age-old conundrum of like, if you let people be in charge of anything, you will get the corrupt people eventually.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
I remember a specific bit in my like high school where we had to discuss whether or not the death penalty should be a thing.
Burrito chicken to
And
in a
then
hand.
I also remembered a post, or I think it was a post by someone mentioning like the reason they don't support the death penalty is not because some people are just too dangerous to let live, but they don't like the idea that the government can decide like to just say that you need to die because we said so.
Yeah, because people end up convicted of the wrong things all the time, especially if the right people want them convicted of something.
Exactly. So, and therein lies like all the other forms of regulatory law, where it's like you would think that it'd be a no-brainer, but at the same time, you have to consider that like, yeah, it would be nice to be able to make it so that people can't do something. But then you have, very obvious and very documented cases of police going, hey, look, I have stopped you for this at the car, and oh, look at that, there is this illegal substance in your vehicle that I told there. I can send you to jail for that. So, like, it's always a case of, like, if you give people the authority to arbitrarily assign things that are bad, they will ensure that they catch the people they want to catch doing the bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, ultimately the problem is, like, who are you giving the power to?
Yeah. I think another...
Which is why I welcome our robot overlords.
I think one of the biggest factors in that is publicity, too. Like, cops hate having to wear body cams because of the fact that once you are able to show what happened to anyone else besides who was there, it instantly puts them at less of an advantage to do whatever the heck they want, Like, that's ultimately it, is that information is power, and, right now, a lot of the news companies are also kind of skewed towards corporations. The news used to service, individuals. And also, news used to be a lot more local, too.
We must seize the means of information.
Information and education. Always. Also, I just had some of the soundtrack from Great God Grove kick in, and that is the most pertinent game OST that could be playing right now. Dear gosh.
Of course. It's all about who's in charge.
No, did you see any of Great God Grove?
I have seen you play it. Also, I have seen a very enjoyable little clip of it that I've played on loop for a while.
Oh my god. The conversation that game has about the power of information, just absolutely, gobsmacked me. That was incredibly pertinent. Hot Rod says, the company they used to work for was like that before the owner passed away. Once they saw the company being taken over by corporate, it showed how much they were in it for the money. Yeah. It's always a shame, because you can have one person really holding it together because they care, and then once they leave, then it gets sold to someone, and the moment that it's even the concept of being sold, you're inherently entering this system where, every part of a company is now being grifted and shelled for as much money as possible. Some sentiments in chat right now that I actually struggled to get my therapist, of all people, to understand. I have a therapist who is pretty darn left-wing and very sympathetic to just the state of things, but she was very steadfast on the idea that the way that she how do I put it? She believes that being or wanting to be a billionaire is inherently part of human nature, and that every human is going to be that greedy, and therefore it is not, you shouldn't make a blanket statement that billionaires should be punished for being billionaires. But I cannot buy into that.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I think every human wants to do well.
I think every human wants to be a millionaire, but it's impossible to actually comprehend and grasp what a million is, or a billion. I think it's outside of the human scope of understanding, because a billion is thousands of millions. Like, you're getting into exponents that are outside of a number that a human can understand. I remember when I was little, I used to think that a billion was just 2 million and that a trillion was 3 million.
Oh, sweet valedictorian.
I'm talking like 6. I'm talking like 6-year-old.
Yeah.
And I think that's just part of the evidence that a billion is just not a number that any human should have or be moving around. Like,
yeah, I tried to look up if there are any ethical billionaires, any ethical way to be a billionaire, and seems the consensus is no.
I think the biggest thing for me is looking at, for example, Elon Musk. There was one tweet that he put out that was like, if anyone can send me a realistic plan of how to end world hunger, I've yet to see it, but send it to me and I'll be on it immediately. And a couple of people genuinely sent him realistic, grounded plans and financial responses to end world hunger for the next 20 years or so.
Didn't the UN do it?
Maybe.
Yeah, it was the UN. Like, they straight up said, here you go, here's the plan. And he was like, nah.
These people will never do something like that, even though the plan that they set forth wasn't even like 10% of his wealth. It was absolutely nothing compared to what he has, and he still said no. These are the people who we are formulating these extreme, responses to, because they repeatedly have proven themselves to just not care in any way that's not performative. I think once you get to that point, you are so disconnected from society that you become a sociopath. And maybe you could say something about, maybe it's not their fault that the system that we live in isolates them to the point where they become a sociopath, but we still jail sociopaths who commit murders. We still punish sociopaths who occur naturally and do bad things. They don't get to just do whatever they want because they have money. I mean, right now they do, because they can bail themselves out of anything. But if you give someone a hammer and they beat someone's head in, and they pay their way out of jail, and you know that they still have a collection of 200 hammers in their house, it is a civic duty to take away the tool that they are going to provably use again to hurt people. And in this case, it's not hammers, it's money.
Is that why you lost your hammers?
That has nothing to do with it. My lawyer has told me to say nothing.
I think Warren Buffett may be the closest thing to the most ethical billionaire.
Ooh, I'd have to do some looking on that.
What about Dolly?
Maybe.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton's not. She's not a billionaire.
I think she is. Hold on.
Well, I guess if she is, and both of these people, they literally spent their whole lives. Warren Buffett didn't become a billionaire until he was in his 50s.
Oh, never mind.
He's a stock market guy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Dolly Parton's not a billionaire.
Hot Rod says adult topics bum them out. That's fair. You can only ingest so much talk about this kind of stuff before it genuinely starts to damage a person. And I think moderating how much you're willing to, engage in thinking about this stuff is a normal and fair response. And more people should perform it. If you don't, that's where doomerism really starts to form. And doomerism creates a defeatist attitude, which means that you're probably not going to react when something really bad happens. It means you're going to lay down and take whatever happens. We super don't want that.
Alright, never mind. I'm not sure how I feel.
I have never once been a hypocrite about anything, Hot Rod. You can trust me. I can be trusted about this.
Oh my god.
You should let me decide policies.
I don't know. I still kind of stand about it. He still did a few predatory things, but to a lesser degree. It seems like predatory things might be an MO for people who own companies or try to become rich.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think there is a single billionaire on this planet who isn't technically a criminal. Perhaps an undiscovered criminal, but I think every last one of them is some kind of criminal.
Yeah, because his dad was in Congress, so insider trading.
Easy. Done.
But I don't think I think he might have did it once and then he stopped doing it. He returned the money, if for what I read correctly.
Well, he got caught once.
When Buffett's dad died in the 60s, Buffett panicked and closed his fund and returned the money. No more insider info made him worry. So, generational, gain from his dad, but he didn't take his dad's money, or at least that portion of it.
Gotcha.
As is the way things are.
Yeah, okay.
In other
Right.
news.
Anyway, titties, boobs, titties, boobs.
Wait, have I showed Dada the otter mom yet?
If you didn't post it in, the OC server, then I don't know.
I think I've only ever sent it to you.
What's an otter, Mom?
Noah has been drawing anthropomorphic animals recently.
Oh.
They're kind of
Are they trying to draw your mom?
Not necessarily. They're kind of Skyrim coded, I feel.
Really? Oh, because of the outfits?
A bit.
Don't worry. The one I'm sending you doesn't have that problem.
Huh?
The one I'm sending Dada will not have that problem. Provided the image loads. What the hell? Where'd
Naked?
it go?
Question mark?
No, just kindled.
So yes, but no, is what you're telling me.
Yes, but no is correct.
Wonk says, look up black star chickens. They have a reddish neck, a black body, and a green beak. Huh. Yeah, I haven't heard of them before. I'm familiar with those super goth chickens where even the insides of their mouths is like pitch black. I think, are they related to Cornishes? They're crazy. I like thems. Okay, where is my onion skin settings?
Dada?
Dada might be muted to munch on stuff. I know she has been intermittently doing that.
Well, if you can hear me, Dada,
I'm here.
It's in your DMs. Also,
that's cool.
A more detailed, if for lack of a better term, version may eventually show up.
Ah.
What kind of details is up for you to consider?
You say that as if you're gonna like poll people on what they want to see.
Look, man, what are we on right now? We have a bear, we have a bunny, or I guess a rabbit because she's not small anymore.
A crayfish.
A crayfish.
I made sure of it.
A cat. And an otter.
Eee.
Is that one?
Okay, I need to make this link on the bone smaller. One said, I am Samani. I believe that is our goth chicken that we're talking about. Hot Rod says, they've been trying to find a downscaler for their videos to share. If you have the video downloaded, I recommend putting them through the website EasyGIF. That is the letter E, the letter Z, and then GIF.
Yes, I like that site. It is very simple and clean.
They have a number of web tools for adjusting images and videos.
My favorite thing they have is the ability to turn web Ps to PNGs.
Absolutely.
Wishing the person who made the WebP a very Y.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the whole point of WebP is associated with people wanting to make pulling things off of the internet harder to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
They forget that screenshots are a thing.
Well, to get it at its native resolution, it becomes impossible.
Not anymore.
Ooh, Wonk says that I Am Samani's also have black eggs and meat. That's freaking awesome.
Sam I Am is gonna have a real field day with this one.
I was literally just thinking, imagine like a goth parody of Green Eggs and Ham, where Sam is just like the most scene core goth kid possible.
Didn't they make a show about Green Eggs and Ham?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good.
What was it? Like, what was the theme? It was just trying new things?
Not quite. It does get into an actual isolated set of plot points and character relationships. I don't fully remember it. Some of what I do remember involves conversations about like animal trophy hunting and like preservation of rare animals. If I remember right, they actually come into possession of like an endangered bird and are like on an odyssey to get it somewhere and out of the hands of like some rich schmo who wants it for their collection. But then you also get into this plot line with like a single mother and her relationship with her daughter and stuff. Of course, I didn't even get to watch the whole thing. I just know that there was a lot more substance than, oh, what if we just animated Green Eggs and Ham? Like, it was good. And also the visuals were pretty darn okay. Like, there was definitely love and care put into that aspect as well.
They gave a hoot. What am I trying to make here? Right, beach episode. A friend of mine mentioned having a dream in which they were on a beach with everybody, and like I was there and I was just keeping them company so that they didn't get lost in the beach.
Aww.
So I was like, I'm gonna draw this. And in my head I was like, I could just draw the two of us at the beach, but I could also draw a very overcomplicated meme. So obviously I have to do this, the latter, of course.
Wong in chat just said, I'm going to wake up now.
There's no escape. Best wake up now before you forget how.
Get back here. I'm dragging you. Stay with us. You're not allowed to leave me.
Don't leave. Stay in the Lotus Island or whatever. The island of the Lotus Eaters. Don't leave. In other art-related news, do you know the user Nyahalo? They are known for making lots of miscellaneous outfits.
Not familiar, but I probably have seen their stuff before and just don't recognize it by name.
They make art of the outfits, and then they sell them in their shop, where you can purchase the outfit itself.
Yeah.
And I saw one and was like, oh hey, these match the aesthetics of our friends. Of our friends, I say, about myself. Because clearly I may or may not be more than one person, I guess, in my own mind. But so I'm like, I'll draw Ender like this in this. And Ender was like, yay! And that was the bit I mentioned yesterday where like they were really appreciative and I was like, yay. But I posted it on the funny butterfly site, and the person who made the outfit was like, oh hey, look at that, and reposted it.
Nice.
And now I have achieved hit tweet status.
Heck yes. I love being boosted by bigger artists. It's always it'll ruin your notification feed for like a month.
Indeed. I think this is the most interaction I've had on a post.
Hi,
amazing.
Spence. Good to see you.
Hello, Spencer. We are musing over silly art and political theories.
You know, the usual.
Classic Connor shenanigans.
I love drawing cute pictures and spiraling.
Draw cute spirals.
True. I was thinking about maybe drawing, like, just some art expressing my feelings, and I was like, what if I put a spiral inside of a skull? And then I just started sitting there like, wait, that's just Uzumaki.
So
just reinventing Uzumaki.
Funny story. Uzumaki literally just means spiral.
Yes.
I think.
I have heard that before.
It's funny because the Uzumaki clan in Naruto is well, signified by a spiral.
Yes.
A red spiral pattern. And funnily enough, almost everything Naruto does has some form of spiral context to it. His main attack, which is the Rasengan, is literally just him spiraling mana in a ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then his second major signature move is him turning that into a shuriken that he can throw.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which spins like a hurricane.
Mm-hmm. So you're telling me is that the Uzumaki clan was right all along?
Yeah. The sad thing is, his clan is known for being one of redheads. With like exceptionally vital redheads.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the first of their clan to be blonde because his father was blonde. And the recessive trait of being a redhead was cancelled out. The first time Naruto meets his mom in the astral plane, he gets really freaked out because he's like trying to fight his inner demon, who is not really a demon but a sad little fox spirit who just got bullied by the humans for so long that he became demon in their eyes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
He was the evil nine-tailed fox is really just a fox boy who's like the abandoned child of God. And because God died and like he was left orphaned, he's like, "Aw, my dad." But because he had tremendous OP powers, everyone treated him like a demon. So he was like, "Okay, fine. I guess I'm a demon now. Screw you, humans." And it only took several generations for a kid to be like, "Hey, do you want to go to therapy?"
Oh my god.
But the funny thing about that was like when he first met his mom, he's like, "Oh, you are a manifestation of the evil demon fox," and then she smacked him in the head. It's like, "No, I'm not, you idiot. I'm your mom."
Nice.
And there was a movie for Naruto where they ended up in a parallel universe where Sakura and Naruto were both like being really sad about the fact that like Naruto had no parents and Sakura had was having issues with her parents and was like, "Why can't my family leave me alone?" And then Naruto's like, "Man, I wish my parents weren't dead."
Reversal.
To which the villain at the time is like, "I am going to try to test out this like universal VR alternate universe thing that gives everyone their heart's desires while also sapping them of their life energy. In order to test this, I'm going to send these two into a parallel universe or a simulation." So in that universe, Sakura's parents die in the Great Cataclysm, and Naruto's parents are just normal people. Of course, they take a while to process this, and Naruto is stuck in his room saying, "I'm not your son, you're not my mom," to which his mother, who was always noted for being an incredibly strong and temperamental woman, smashes his door down and is like, "What did you say to me?" "I'm sorry. Do you remember who I am, young man?" So, he got to experience every aspect of being a kid.
In 5 minutes.
And then, he had to break the illusion and had to say goodbye to his parents again. It was like, oh.
Return to the status quo.
Poor baby. It was also funny because in that universe, the alternate Naruto was named Menma. Which is funny because Naruto is a play on Narutomaki, which is the fish roll cake thing that they put in ramen.
Yes.
Menma is a bamboo shoot, which is also a thing that you put in ramen.
World's most tastiest protagonist, question mark?
The reason he's named Naruto is because Jiraiya, his mentor / godfather, was eating ramen while thinking of like a character for his book about like the tale of the ninja who would never give up.
Okay.
And so he named the protagonist Naruto. So Naruto's dad, who was also a student of Jiraiya, who is Naruto's mentor / godfather, read the book. I was like, this is a really good book. I'm going to name my kid Naruto now.
Cute. Spencer says, the inhuman power of a housewife.
Yeah. Cough, cough, Izumi Curtis. Man, I love the fact that in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, you have, like, Major Armstrong, who is this obscenely buff dude, and then his sister, who is an obscenely strong military general, who's, like, even stronger than her brother. And they're fighting, these reincarnated, unkillable zombies that, like, have pieces of them that let them regenerate constantly unless they are burned to a crisp. And then, out of nowhere, this random woman wearing, like toilet slippers and wear like the most housewife attire to ever housewife, just rocks up, immediately suplexes the zombie and beats its ass without saying anything, tosses the zombie to her giant bear of a husband who, like, again, just, I don't know what the term is, like, clotheslines the guy and crushes him in completely. And then these two military powerhouses and their troops are just like, I'm sorry, what? Like, who are you exactly? Oh, I'm just a passing housewife. That's well and good, but this is the most fortified location in our country. This is like the stronghold of our evil president. How did you get in here?
Walked.
I walked, exactly.
Swiggity swoogity, I'm coming for that booty.
Hi, T. Hope you're having a good day.
Hello.
Your
I was in
piracy
the
will
other
not stand.
stream.
We will
And
not
I saw
stand
this
for this piracy.
skeleton, I thought, oh my gosh, that looks just like a meme.
Which meme?
Papyrus
No, it's
Undertale?
swiggity swoogity, I'm coming for that booty.
That's fair.
Papyrus Undertale. Is that you? When did you grow a beard?
In this case, it's icicles, but yes.
Ice skeleton. Lachankla's power is insurmountable.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Vivian C. Nui has just refreshed their subscription to Stinky Otters RS.
That
Thank you, Viv.
thank you for the sub,
Oh my
Vivian,
gosh.
Wait. Vivian C. Bunny.
Mhm.
Benoit.
Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you.
Over a year of otters. Wow.
Mhm. I never know how to respond to stuff like that.
You say thank you and move on.
Oh, I make little baby noises.
That is also acceptable. We're here for it. That's why we give you $5.
Oh my god.
$2.5. And like the rest to Twitch. Noah for Overlord 2026. Yes.
Oh.
I should be in charge of everything.
So wait, Noah first, and then Dada for Overlord in 35. We have like a plan forming?
Yes.
Who goes in the gap period there?
Well,
I'm on
I
back to
imagine
Greek's stream.
Okay. I hope you have a good day. Good to see you.
Later.
How old will you be in 2035? How old are you now?
Me?
Plus. Okay, the trick is Dada is.
You're never supposed to ask a lady their age, Noah.
You said
I'm
asking in
not-
chat. Oh, how old will you be? But you said about yourself.
Yeah.
Why are
You're
you
asking
inciting this and then getting mad about it?
I do as I please. I'm Overlord 2026.
It's true.
It's not 2026 yet.
It is once I hit that button on the time
Oh
machine.
my god.
If I travel faster than light for a brief moment
I don't even want. I already know.
and let the gravity accelerate me, It will be 2026 when I'm done.
Oh gosh.
When I come back. This little maneuver is going to cost us how many months? 9 months. Given what art I've witnessed you make, no, I'm worried about how that would play out. See, you're thinking about it too much. What would I do if not just make the earth cleaner?
Let's raise this up.
I'd make everyone get a shot that let them not be allergic to cats. That's what I do.
Aw.
What if I want to be allergic to cats?
Well, then you can choose to not be. I will be Overlord 2035 as well. All threats to my rule must be eradicated.
Viv says, make the Earth have more cool art in it. So, like a legislation where no public space goes undecorated?
I'd be down. That's not bad. I like that. You can now graffiti as long as it's based. If it's cringe, we're gonna have to make you redraw it, the better. That's the new rule. If you make graffiti, it has to be based. If it's not, your punishment is you have to redraw it until it's good.
Oh my god.
Gotta go to art school. Sorry, bro.
Art school's good.
Who's going to be paying for that?
You.
We'll make whoever owns the public space pay for it.
Yeah. Look, man. What if I just automated all of it and just said no more work?
No more work. Everyone go out for recess. You have universal income and healthcare is incredibly affordable now.
Exactly.
I can dream.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Everyone is Jerry from Everyone is Jerry now. I actually I would. Man. Look, man, UBI is I don't think anyone has used UBI and been like, we don't like this.
Wait, what's UBI stand for?
Universal Basic Income.
Yeah.
Also, no one has said we don't like universal health care. At least those who have universal health care are like, we'd prefer to not have this.
You know, you do see some Canadians, you know, talking about how hard it is to acquire healthcare if you're not a severe case. Like, that's the one and only, like, genuine and valid critique that I do see.
That's which can be solved by just making it more efficient.
And then you get capitalists who come in and say, well, if you don't have competition created by the marketplace, then it's not going to get more efficient. But, you know,
I'm pretty sure wanting to live will make a lot of things go around.
Real.
They call up an art critic. Oh god. Yeah, just bring in like what's his name? The guy from Ratatouille, the Anton Vigo or something, right?
Yeah, Anton Vigo.
Yeah, we just have that guy for every single. You look rather, you know, well slept for a man who likes webcomics. I don't like webcomics. I love webcomics. If I don't like it, I don't finish the webcomic.
Oh my god.
I don't finish the page. If I don't love it, I don't finish reading the page.
If I don't love it, I don't read it.
I think I read one. Giving common stuff.
Here, I'll read that out. I think I read, or they think they read something about how an American city did an experiment where they allocated some budget to giving their homeless stuff, and they ended up saving money because they were able to drop the policing budget now that there were less homeless people for the cops to be mean to. Yeah, but they don't want to shrink the police division. That's not what their goal is. It never was. I think authoritarians saw that and said, "Uh-oh, quick, hide the data. We can't let people know that the police are just bullies." Hot Rod says, second rule to the Noah regime: a Connor must admit to being cute in public. I mean, that's what people's popular opinion of me is, I guess.
Everyone is so nice to you.
I know I'm just a little guy. No matter how
There's
much...
There's an adjective you missed.
What's the adjective?
You know what the adjective is. And you may or may not have purposely left it out.
We're
Say
not.
it, Connor.
You're not in power yet.
But I do have snacks to dangle over in front of you.
Viv says, and that's why it was an experiment and not a permanent change in budgeting. Yeah. I have ideas for a police reform. They involve putting a cap on how many years you're allowed to serve for and making it a requirement for every officer to receive weekly therapy with a therapist that is not in any way associated with the police district. I don't know if that would fix anything, but I think it's a frickin' start. Viv says, "Say the line, Connor." But I don't wanna. Say the line. My shorts. My shorts. Okay, how long do we want this? Kind of long. I'm also gonna actually bring in this end of the hilt on the key art.
You've done this actually, Connor. I believe.
Done what?
You've done the the Evangelion face in the water bit, right?
Yeah, that was my end screen for a good while.
I am currently attempting that because one of our characters is like 40 meters tall, so I'm just gonna put his head in the background.
That's a good way to get around it. Viv says, no more jail time for minor crimes. Make punishment more reform focused. Less weapons for cops. More budget into the healthcare, including therapy of cops. Actual consequences for ignoring the rules they're supposed to follow. Yeah, abso-freaking-lutely. I think another thing is also forcing the people who actually are responsible for... How do I put it? Okay, so like HR for cops. They shouldn't actively work inside the precinct with these people, or else they start forming friendships and in-groups. It should always be something where an inspector is coming in from the outside.
Isn't that just internal affairs?
Yeah, that's probably the better word for it.
They have those, but everyone hates them.
When the affairs going on are bad, yeah, no, you shouldn't like them. They should be coming in and making bad people's lives full of consequences.
When will you learn?
When will you learn?
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Mm-hmm.
What am I trying to... Oh, right. Friend. I'm attempting to find a friend reference so that I can draw a friend. You would think that that would be a simple thing, but no.
You fool.
I don't know what it is about my friends that always makes it that their references are always like impossible to find ever.
Yeah. No, at that point just start saving them, question mark?
And therein lies the catch-22.
Mm-hmm.
I saved them, and I still can't find it.
Oh.
Rule 3. No bother the otter and close when streaming.
You say that as if the whole point of streaming isn't for me to be bothered by chatters. If I wanted to not be bothered, I'd go draw on my own.
Exactly.
Actually, that's the whole reason why I am streaming, is because this is the same things that I would be doing every
Alone?
other day. Yeah, but I would be doing it with less company. You know,
And
I might
be
have
sad
to
about it.
knuckle down and get a day job sometime in the future, and that will fill my time otherwise. But if I'm just sitting here, I might as well, you know, be open to it. So that's why. It's the bottom line. Do tap the glass. I will bite. The whole point. The whole point. I might bite. Viv says, may as well fill that thing humans like to have called social contact. Or at least some facsimile of it. You know, it's one of those things where you do have to consider parasociality, but having a parasocial dynamic is still better than having no dynamic of any kind. I think that's one of
We're
the things.
parasocials. I'm super parasocial. I'm a super parasocial.
You and me,
You need to log off.
you and me, we're a parasocials.
Oh.
What are you owing about?
Who's enjoying the bite? Oh, Vivian, who's enjoying the bite? The otter or the person being bitten?
It could be both. I think.
I don't enjoy being bitten.
I think it being
I don't know,
both is
man.
the most ideal.
I don't know, Dada. Like, from what you've been telling us and from what you've asserted yourself to be, I imagine that wouldn't even factor in. Like, that's just one of the many things that you're into.
Oh my god.
Gonna answer that.
That's right. You don't have to.
You complete the 5th. We know what
You don't know my life.
Go on. Plead the 5th. You can't unsay the things you've already said.
Oh my god. Unironically, I am a very bite-heavy person to the point when I was younger. I really wanted to chew on something, so I pulled out one of our spare toothbrushes, and I just decided it was my chew toy, and within, I think, a week, I had completely destroyed it, like, no bristles, and then the head snapped off.
Oh my goodness.
I don't do that with any sort of regularity because that's obviously not good, but I just really needed to chomp. I needed a crunch. Wong says, like a love bite, or I'm gonna die from an infection bite. I can do both.
It's get your tetanus shot or rabies shot afterwards, bite.
Listen, all I'm saying that is if some person genuinely tries to attack or rob me, they're just giving me a reason. They're just giving me a reason.
You're getting your pound of flesh.
I'm taking a piece with me. That's it. It's over for them. They're not gonna have the same number of fingers. Give me a reason to do self-defense.
Every gun opener ever.
Ugh. Unfortunate. Oh, I've been helping a pal recently acquire a concealed carry permit, which, you know, I am one of the people who think that we should be stricter with gun control stuff. But she is the picture of who I think should have one, which is a disabled person who is living alone and genuinely, like, has been targeted in the past. Like, there's a lot of...
Is she able to get a dog?
Okay. The way her disability works, it would genuinely be worse for her to have a dog than to have concealed carry.
Oh.
Yes. This is someone who can only, like, right now in their life, right now in their health situation, have a cat because automatic feeders and automatic litter boxes exist right now. Yeah. And, you know, like, you can recover from conditions that are that bad, but, like, genuinely, this is, I think, one of the ways that this person can acquire some security and autonomy, and could be very useful in emergency. And that's exactly the type of person who should be the demographic for these things. Ooh, girl mode. Girl mode. The hair is so big it's covering up Noah a little bit.
Talk about what were you guys talking about again? Remind me.
I'm gonna scoot you over so that you're not being engulfed. Oh my god, point that thing at me. I'll take a bite out of it. No more barrel for you.
So no more concealed carry.
It's no longer concealed. Wong says they'd get a gun if they have the grip strength to load their sisters. You can buy hand clamps and train.
Oh no, my ears.
Aww.
They've been snipped off at the tips.
Your poor little yippee. Spencer says, litter robot, all they know of automatic litter boxes. Find my litter has an aroma. I'm not familiar with this. Wong says, how many kittens can you hide in that hair? If we're counting Noah, at least one. Lyle hasn't seen girl mode before? Yeah. Goodness. I don't know. Personally, I've never had any level of attraction to guns. And I grew up rural where the whole deal was like, hey, you're a preteen. Let's take you out and let's have you, shoot a couple cans off the fence and see if you like it. It's just kind of not something that brought me any level of joy. The power entailing there is not something that I'm gonna go back for more at any point. I am not the demographic. Sleepy. Wong says that's such a white person thing. Guilty. Rural Caucasian moment. Actually, come to think of it, you know how, like, a common, like, toy for girls is, like, a Barbie esque mannequin head that's like the size of like a child's cranium, and the whole purpose is you might like do its hair and stuff. I think at one point I had one of those growing up, and we repurposed it into a target practice, and it stayed on the fence for like months on end. So we just had this like nasty, disembodied plastic head that's some horror movie stuff. Hot Rod says, pokes Cage again. Bring me your fingers. Yeah. Bring me your fingers. Viv says, they like guns in the same way that someone likes dinosaurs. They look cool, but you recognize that they're extremely dangerous in reality, and we should not have... we should...
You just think they're...
Oh, gosh. Go ahead.
That's the person that should have a firearm if you realize its capabilities and you respect it.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are the type of people I would rather have firearms.
Mm-hmm.
And for home defense, all you really need is a shotgun. Because
that's a bit extreme.
I own a musket.
Most people aren't good at aiming. Shotguns,
Totally
radius is
account for
larger.
that.
That shotguns are short range, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta blow a golf ball sized hole in the first one.
Oh my god.
Look, if they want to get that close with a shot where someone has a shotgun, then
Tally ho, lads.
yeah, it's kind of like it's their fault.
Viv just said exactly a diatribe that I was going to go on. Home defense, all you need is a Home Alone style of trap setup. I'm so sad that it's not legal to do stuff like that.
Just turn your house into Vietnam.
No one know.
Just get a mallet and have the mallet swing at the person.
Oh my god.
What Kevin McAllister did to those two is arguably worse than shooting them.
Wong says they've literally stuck their fingers into an otter enclosure and came out with all of them. All they did was grab their fingers with their paws. I'm only part otter. You see, the other part. The other parts are unspeakable. I am the horror. The horror!
He's the one that knocks.
I'm getting booped right now.
No.
Viv says shotguns can actually be used at longer ranges if you have good aim. True. Becomes a matter of skill.
Just like everything, skill issue.
Well, I just want the person to get out of the house. I'm not trying to hunt them down.
Yeah.
So
Speak for yourself. I shall approach as the very specter, the very face of death.
Oh my god.
Welcome home. Alexa, play Home Intruder soundtrack. It's just the Skyrim. You never should have come here.
Hot Rod, I don't want to hurt people. Hot Rod, I'm like a casual pacifist. No, there's another word for it, because pacifists won't defend themselves. I'll defend myself, but I'm not gonna fight people.
You're not a murderer.
You're not gonna start anything.
Yeah, I'll only fight in self-defense.
Viv says, if Home Alone happened IRL, those burglars would currently be going to therapy for PTSD.
They might sue and they might win.
Okay, actually, that is a thing. Like, if you try and rob someone and the house is set up in an illegal way that does so much damage, it is genuinely sometimes worth it to take whatever charge you got for breaking and entering to countersue.
Own a musket for home
I wouldn't want to
defense,
use a blank,
since that's what the
Vivian,
founding
'cause if they're
fathers
breaking into your
intended.
house
4 ruffians break
and
into
you're
my
there,
house. What the
then
devil?
they don't
As I
care
grab my
about
powdered wig
you,
and Kentucky rifle,
your
blow a
well-being.
golf ball-sized hole through the first man, He's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man, miss him entirely because it's smooth
for
bore
some
and nails the
reason,
neighbor's dog.
some inexplicable
I have to
reason,
resort to the
reminded of,
cannon
like,
mounted
a
at the top of the
story
stairs loaded with
where
grape shot. Tally
there
ho
was
lads, the
a
grape
house
shot shreds
break-in
2 men
that
in
was
the bee.
averted because the wife in the house blew the guy's whistle, so to speak. To which the husband was like, I'm glad we're all alive, but we're clearly going to have a conversation about that, given that she was better with him than me.
Okay, I think I'm making the blade on this sword too wide. This is fine because it's going to be closer. But I think probably need to monitor the... Okay.
I'm not a realist, Hot Rod. My head lives in the clouds. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm abstract artist Wong. What do you mean?
Dada,
Wait, why did I say Wong?
I wouldn't say your head. I wouldn't say your head's in the cloud. I'd say you're an optimist.
I would agree.
There's some people that treat optimism as if it's the opposite of realism, and that means they're not a realist, they're a pessimist.
I am a pessimist in terms of if I'm wrong, if I'm right, if things go bad, I'm right. If things go wrong, or if things go bad, I'm right. If things go good, I'm pleasantly surprised.
I like to call that an optimistic pessimist.
Then that's what I am.
I just downloaded Arc.
Ooh.
Exactly, Spencer. Exactly. Or rather, exactly, Otterbot. What the devil?
Yeah, no, that was so long that I was like, just sitting there like, whoa, what's gonna happen next?
In the words of Heavenly Father, if I break into home, someone calls me a ruffian, I'm walking right back out the door, bro. There's nothing worth taking in there.
Oh my god, you're right. True. Viv says, home defense tips. Dig a secret bunker under your house and put all your valuables in it. Someone comes to rob you, find something of value, and leaves before you even wake up. Forget about zoning laws, just dig a hole. If you see a pipe, you're allowed to deconstruct it. It's your property. Gas-based explosion.
Just add a moat.
Hot Rod says, they're just a psycho. They would glue random Lego pieces on the floor. Good stuff.
Hold on. Let's talk about this. No need to go that crazy.
Wait, there's a really good video that I saw of someone turning the lights off near a darkened hallway, and they turn the lights off, and there's like a horrifying ghost figure there, and they turn the lights on, the ghost is gone. Lights off, the ghost is back, but it's closer. Lights off, or lights on, it's gone. Lights off, it's closer. Lights on, it's gone. And then she runs to go get a bucket of Legos, spills it on the floor, and then turns the lights back off, and the dude's just immediately standing in it, going like, oh my god. It's a really good bit.
I was thinking you were going for the ghost just leaves.
No.
Looks down, it's like, never mind, bro, I'm out.
No, because she puts it right where the entity was going to be standing.
Oh, that's based.
Monk says, I'm a Texan. I can set down an automated sentry gun and dispenser. Bootis.
Puts engage.
Boot dispenser here. Let's make this a little more trapezoidal. Donna keeps hopping in and out.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering.
Such as the Wi-Fi these days.
Is Donna just leaving chat entirely, or are they like hopping up a channel? Oh yeah, Dada's hopping up and down channels.
Yeah, she's migrating.
Straight up
All
goober
right, Micro,
behavior.
where's your Perfect thing.
Whose thing?
Micro's reference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I searched micro in Google.
You're
I was
gonna
like,
get
I
a
don't-
different genre of content.
I don't know what I was expecting. No, I wouldn't get that content.
You're
At least
right.
not yet.
You'd have to go to DeviantArt for affinity.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Viv says, putting a bunch of bottle caps in, they're safe. Man, some apocalypse survivor is gonna find the motherlode when they find my house.
Yep. Did you hear about the guy who bought Fallout 4 with bottle caps?
You said bought it. Oh, like they. Okay,
So,
how did. How?
So in the Fallout universe, a bottle cap
Is
is
money, yes.
a form of currency, yes. But there is also old world money in the game, which can be exchanged for bottle caps.
Yes.
So assuming the exchange rate of whatever it was in game, the dude collected that many bottle caps to purchase Fallout 4 in terms of bottle caps and like emailed Bethesda's like, I have these many bottle caps, can I buy your game?
And they said yes, and
And they said yes. They were like, bro, that is based AF. Here's the game.
that is fantastic.
And they took his bottle caps.
Companies should be willing to have fun like that. Good.
There's also a character in Skyrim who's very, very sad, but very wholesome, named Eric. And Eric is a character in the game where if you go to his house, he will be like, my dad won't let me be an adventurer. I would like to be an adventurer. This is cringe. And you can help him, like convince his dad to be an adventurer. And then when you come back to him, he's changed his name to Eric the Slayer. He's like, I'm an adventurer now. Yeah, we can. You can hire me as a accomplice.
Okay.
And the reason it's wholesome is because Eric the Slayer is based off of a real life person named Eric something. Right, hold on.
Are you Googling it? No.
Yeah, I'm googling his name because I kind of want to know what his name is. Eric West. And Eric West's online handle was Emok the Slayer. And the guy was a huge Bethesda fan, and his Make-A-Wish thing was to go see Bethesda. So they were like, okay, we are very excited to let you play this game. We are looking forward to your, release from the hospital. Alas, he did not make it, and he perished. He passed 6 months before Skyrim's release, so they were like, okay, we're adding you into the game, we're immortalizing you like this.
Aww. That's good.
Thus, Eric the Slayer was born.
Yeah.
Also, I like the fact that, like, in the celebration for Fallout, Elon tried to go, and the whole time he was there, everyone was just like, the one guy at the party no one wants to talk to. So, like, Bethesda is not always the best company, but they have their moments.
Yeah. Spencer says, wow, remember when companies cared about their developers? And the player base.
And the player base, yeah. And just in general, I miss when they cared.
Yeah. God,
Okay,
what was the game that Elon Musk was like live streaming pretending to be a pro at, and then everyone realized that he didn't know anything about the game, and like proof came out that he like bought someone else to like play that far in the game and get them a really cool character so that he could pretend to be like a pro gamer.
The Elon Musk cheat exposed fraud gamer, blah blah blah.
What game was that? Was that Valorant?
Path of Exile 2.
I don't think I've even ever heard of that game. Ooh, Spence says it was both Elden Ring and Diablo 4? Tell me dude's done this multiple times?
Bro can't game. Not a real gamer.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Viv
also
said...
reminded...
Oh, go ahead.
I'm also reminded of, like, the fact that when Cuphead came out, it kept getting, like, bad reviews or, like, bad press by people who clearly did not know how to play the damn game. And, like, it was live streamed by the people playing the game, and it was like, nope, this game's too hard. And, like, you watch them play the game, and you're just like, bro, the instructions are right there. It is not that difficult. Like,
the insurgence of, like, video game reporters who don't play games, like, not being able to get past the tutorial level.
I don't remember that hot run.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for free, don't have to buy DLC times.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that is a blessing and a curse that's happening in modern gaming is early access. There's a slew of, like, positives and negatives to it. One of the negatives is that it's allowing companies to spend less on beta testing and bug testing because the early access players are that now. And so in that way, there's, like, some jobs that are being trampled on, but it's also allowing for a lot more community feedback in the early stages of the game. So I find it really hard to have a solid stance on early access because of that. Oh, and then
welcome back, Dada.
Wong's point there, early access games being in early access for, like, literally decades at a time. I think that happens more so with indie games, though. I haven't seen a big company game be in early access for that long.
To be fair, they have, like, actual deadlines to meet.
Wong says the problem wasn't that he bought the accounts, it was that he played himself up as a pro gamer. That, and also the very direct lying. Like...
That's also kind of a big deal.
Yeah, like... People don't care if he's good or bad at a game. But he has such a fragile little manlet ego that he can't, like, not pursue getting people to think that he's, like, this cool techie guy. He's so desperate for approval that it's horrible and cringe, and he goes out of his way to lie and deceive to try and, like, build up his image, and it's so weird. It's such a red flag.
I can tell you're talking about Elon.
Yeah!
Such a loser.
Supreme manlet behavior.
I very much appreciate the fact that when he tried to go to the party, like, uninvited, mind you, everyone just kind of avoided him because they knew that the dude's cringe.
I'm gonna mess with my onion skin settings. There we go.
Onion skin settings?
Do you not know what those are?
You have to remember.
It's the transparency thing.
Oh.
Yeah, so you see it in blue and red.
What Doodle has now.
I see.
Huh, that's weird. It doesn't actually let me preview the settings. Like, the settings don't update as I'm adjusting in the window. That feels like a very basic thing that they should have, is auto updating as you adjust things in that window. Meow. Viv says that they've noticed a weird trend of DLC quality going up, especially in the early days of DLC, but for a long time it was pretty small additions, mostly like packaged or packs of items or weapons. And now it feels like we're seeing more DLC become actually full-on expansions to the base game. Would it be easier if they were part of the base game? Yes. Are they still worth the money regardless? Mostly. It's better than loot boxes and gambling? Absolutely. Yeah. That's another thing where it's a mixed bag. Like, I'm sure there are some negatives, but, overall, it's not directly poisoning the well. I do think it's silly. Like, there are some times when you pick up a game for $60 and it's not worth it at all, and then the actual meat of the game comes from buying an extra $20 DLC, and at that point you're paying $80 for something that should have been the full experience.
Unplugged Professor has just refreshed their subscription to Stinky Otter's RS.
Unplugged Professor, hi, good to see you. I hope things are going well. 16, you're killing me. Viv says they'd rather have a game be monetized through one big expansion than the EA model of 100 small add-ons. I think literally last night I was talking with someone about how all of the Sims expansions added up equal to $900. Ugh.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah.
Hey!
Leaning over to pat your head. Pat, 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 pat. But yeah, no. Okay, The Sims specifically have this issue where we're probably never getting, quote-unquote, another real Sims game, because they're just gonna keep, adding stuff to the base game. They don't seem to have any interest in producing another iterations of the Sims series from the ground up. I think because they feel like they can just keep selling DLC for forever. Unplug says, appreciate me and my work and my vibes. Whimper. Talking about Sims DLC? We're talking about DLC in general, but man, does Sims come to mind immediately. Viv says, and that's not even all of the expansions, because they were limited time ones you could get that you just can't get anymore. You should always be able to hack your video games. You should always be able to hack your video games to get exclusive content. That's my moral opinion.
I like the fact that in terms of hacking the video games, I remember that there were exclusive limited time things for one of the old Naruto games where you'd have to get a specific, if you got this specific game from this specific location, you'd get a specific what's it called, exclusive skin for getting it from this place. And in the update / second, the I don't know what it's called, but the re-release, not the re-release, but the next iteration of the game, the skins for the previous games were all included. So you got those exclusive skins as well because they were part of the original game. So I was like, hey, yeah. I got the skin.
Wong says, the digital innovation of post-game support and updates make full-on iteration less frequent. That's fair. Wong says, we went from Halo games releasing every 2 to 3 years to 6 years. Yeah. Hot Rod says, DLC are fine, but not when it's something ridiculous like skins and or special colors. Okay. I don't blanket agree with that. I think it comes down to pricing. You shouldn't be selling
Agreed.
skins at, a price point starting at $30. But, okay, a small company like Deep Rock Galactic has aesthetic-based DLC, and that's great because, in a way, it's basically another way for them to receive backer money. It creates a system where... how do I put? A lot of indie games are sometimes sold for less money than they're actually worth, and I think that is a good way to reclaim its value out of a one-time pay model. And it's nothing that is made elitist. In some games you see, like, MMOs and, like, team-based, like, PvP games. Skins are sometimes used as a status symbol. That doesn't happen in Deep Rock, where it's solely a co-op game. So there's a bit of nuance there. Noah says, or not Noah, goodness. Unplugged Professor says, won't someone think of the millionaires that need a fourth boat, though? They should pivot to submarines. I think that's the hip new trend.
Specifically, somebody made like a kit bash of a Decepticon named Imploder, and it's just the Titan.
That's really good.
Which is on its own funny, but then you have to remember that there's already a Decepticon named Imploder.
Mm-hmm.
The name's taken, my guy. I'm sorry.
Professor says, the Titanic is lovely this time of year. Yeah, did you know? The Titanic's pool is still filled with water. Wong says, the problem with paid DLC in the previous decades was that the content was almost never present in online matchmaking. So if one person in the match doesn't have the DLC map packs, it simply is not going to be picked from the list of maps. That's an interesting point. I don't play games where it's multiplayer and maps are DLC, so I am unfamiliar with that, but that does make sense.
Yeah, that's a very Call of Duty thing.
Maybe
I was there, Gandalf.
that would work better if you could get on the maps as long as the person who owns the lobby owns the DLC, but I don't know
That's not how ARC works.
I feel like companies should lean into that, though, because in a way that might encourage people to want the DLC if they like the map. Wong says this is why map DLCs are free updates now. Good. Viv says, the shrimp in the kitchen when the Titanic sunk. I'm imagining completely shelled and shucked shrimp just rejoicing and dancing around.
Now, mind you... Oh, wait, you're talking about shrimp, not lobsters. Or crabs.
Making me hungry.
You have a sea of snacks underneath you.
I want real food, man. I want real food. I could make shrimp. I could make shrimp tonight. That could be a thing.
Yeah.
Hot Rod says that they feel like we should give away submarine rice to the billionaires. Elon said he was gonna be on the next space voyage. He said he would be on it 1,000%. You know, that would really cement him in history. That would really put him on the map. Everyone nod. Everyone nod.
That sure would be a thing.
Nod.
I agree. He'd be very based and cool for that.
You're right. That would be a really epic gamer move of him. Viv says the space bears are gonna get him. Is this like the next evolution of like the sea bears from SpongeBob? Oh, goodness.
Oh, like Last of Us did that DLC campaign where they gave more, at least backstory. I think they added it in with a PC game, but yeah, I definitely bought the DLC when it was on console.
So, like, as a celebration of them moving what platform or adding a new platform, they also released DLC?
No, they combined the DLC with the whole game.
Oh, like.
So the DLC was out when it was on one
like
platform.
How Mass Effect put on.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, what I was going to say is...
Yeah, back when it came out on the 360.
Yeah, so the DLC already existed, but then when they added a new platform, it was packaged in with it.
Yeah.
Neat.
Just like how Skyrim did with Special Edition.
Mm-hmm. Viv says, you joke, but Russian cosmonauts had a gun in their return pod in case they land in Siberia and get attacked by bears. That's what they want you to think. Moon's haunted.
Well, actually, according to Dr. Stone, spoiler, Moon possesses the Medusa.
That's why the moon's made of stone.
Well, when I get you to watch Dr. Stone with me, you'll understand.
Oh my god.
I say, holding a gun to you, crying in the rain. Please.
Hot Rod says, can you imagine the custodian that just polished the floors on the Titanic before they saw the iceberg? Oh man.
Why'd you have to bring in the service workers into this?
Yeah. They don't deserve this. They never did. Spencer says, it's just cheese. Very expired cheese. I don't think you mean expired. It's very aged. It is incredibly gourmet.
Well, all right, Wallace.
I'm still... Okay, so one of these frames, drawn by a buddy on the project, theirs is still rougher in style than what I gravitate towards. I'm just... Should I intentionally go through and messy things up? It really looks like they're both drawing and erasing? Like if they went in with something too big and then went through with it as an eraser. I don't know, this isn't how I do line art normally. Viv says, did I know that when we first landed on the moon, the astronauts reported having allergies to moon dust? Then we realized moon dust is not good for your lungs. As Cave Johnson would say, don't worry about the moon asbestos. Real. Who
would have guessed that highly irradiated and overly saturated moon particles would be not ideal for the human respiratory system?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't have any basis for what it would do to people.
Until it did.
Yep. Howard says, so that's why aliens don't visit us anymore? They can smell the moon? And it's just getting worse and worse every year. It gets stinkier the more time passes. They got
Until
sick.
Perry the
from-
platypus finds out and eats the stinky moon cheese.
Why Perry? Does Perry have an affinity for cheese in canon?
Evidently, there was an episode where Dr. Doofenshmirtz created a rapid aging machine because he wanted to enjoy cheese, like very stinky, like aged cheese. And that episode, he was like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything evil. I just want to make cheese." It's like, so Perry the platypus was like, "All right, bet." And then he goes on to fetch some crackers for the two to enjoy their cheese with.
They're like eating them together.
And he comes back. He comes back in, and Perry the platypus has done the Tom and Jerry thing of completely consuming the entire wheel of cheese.
He ate a cheese.
To which Dr. Doofenshmirtz is aghast and appalled, and he's like, "You ate the stinky cheese? No! I created this device for peaceful, cheese-loving purposes, but now you have forced me to wield it in anger." And then he blasts Perry and himself with an aging ray that turns them into old men.
Good bet.
And then Perry also pees on his couch.
I mean,
Oh, that's fun.
he's just a little platypus.
A platypus with a human level of understanding of things.
He's just a little platypus.
And it's really funny because it's in the arc where they go to another dimension, right? And Perry the platypus is outed as a secret agent at the time. Phineas, who's like, "So not only are you a secret agent working against an evil scientist, but you let us help an evil scientist create an evil portal to another evil dimension, and you did nothing to stop us." And then Ferb's like, "He did pee on the couch." It's like, to which Doofenshmirtz is like, "Wait a minute. You did. You made a conscious decision to pee on my couch. Why would you do that, Perry the platypus?"
It gets stuff done.
It's also, have you seen the Perry and Doof for Chief theory? Because
I was about to read that out.
That is that sure is a thing.
Okay, but if you actually think about it, there is parts of Doofenshmirtz's backstory where it's like, "Oh yeah, my parents dressed me up as a girl because they wanted one," and stuff like that. And then, isn't there a couple of bits where Perry lays an egg?
Does he?
I think it's something to do with something like that, like his biology, which would mean they're both T for T. It's good.
Is that then?
Go ahead.
Would that? I guess whatever. I'm not gonna go into that kind of thing because that's not my circus, not my monkeys. But
yeah, no problem. Spence says, "Bro, do you know what level of venom platypi have? Perry could have messed Doofenshmirtz all 6 ways to Sunday, and no doctor could have really helped him. It depends on what biological sex Perry is. Because I believe male platypi have stronger poison spurs. So, if we apply the T for T theory..." Viv says enemies to enemies with benefits. Fantastic.
That's literally what it is.
Absolutely effervescent. Love this.
I will support it as long as the people I don't like support it less.
Oh my god. Wong says they probably removed his venomous spurs to be a suitable house pet, as Perry has kicked Doof multiple times. Maybe. I feel like Phineas and Ferb are smart enough to create something that neutralizes the poison inside the animal's body as opposed to physically altering them. Viv says maybe platypus HRT improves the poison spurts. I'm gonna lose it, dog.
I'm just gonna let you guys enjoy it. I have no say in this.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Okay. Some of these I'm probably gonna have to go over with a bigger pen to really get that feeling. There was another thought that I had a couple minutes ago, but it may be gone. Let's check this.
Drawing straight lines, my greatest enemy.
No, I might have a better time with this triangle pen if I introduced pressure sensitivity to it. It might be better. So I'm gonna check the settings. You guys can't see this, but
You're getting tiles. I refuse to do hardwood.
This is a custom brush that I'm using to try and copy the other artist brush, but it's just kind of different because we're working with two different softwares. So is that under stroke? No. Brush density, thickness. Okay, wait. Let me look at the settings for Turnip Pen instead and compare.
I think I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Why do I suffer these fools? I suffer these fools. Don't you say that it's not true. I'm better than you.
Wow, okay. Starting and ending? No, I don't see a setting for this. That's weird. Maybe taper?
You know, I'm pretty sure this chair should not be able to rock back and forth, and yet I make it do so.
Goodness.
Every day I worry that one of these days I'm going to get the hydraulics to finally give out and like it's just gonna shoot up and take out my entire body.
Oh my god. Like those pictures that you see where like the stem of the swivel chair just busted through the actual cushion.
Yeah, that.
Absolutely horrifying.
Every day I live with that fear, but I do nothing to allay it.
Okay, I think I found something interesting. Oh! Okay, hold on, let me close and test this. That's kind of doing like a post-correction thing. It's not quite what I want. Density paint, texture density. This might have to be an off-stream thing. Correction, that's angles. Taper. Hmm.
Oh,
I wish I was better at making brushes in Clip Studio. I'll have to leave this alone for now. Wong says, song lives rent-free in their head. Megan McDoof? McDoofy? Went so hard in River City 1 and 2. Heck yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying it, bro. It's great seeing your enthusiasm for it.
River City?
River City. Make sure I'm pronouncing that well, because my voice is actually getting tired. Pretty chatty today.
As one should be during a just chatting in Dart stream.
This might be good enough to move on. However, I am going to take stream break now. Like usual, that'll be 15 minutes. I'm gonna take care of myself. I'm gonna get up, stretch, check my water, maybe have a little snack, and I will be back. I'm gonna deafen up to Discord, so if you end up chatting about anything, you're all good. Okie dokie. Be good. I will see you in a couple of minutes, and we will be cruising on with doing the final line art for this skeleton animation.
Those are weird, man.
Alright,
Yeah.
alright. Hi.
We're talking about dreams.
Con.
Hi, Juan. Hi.
Luckily, you were not there for me to scream at Noah by doing the Megatron voice.
Oh my
The
god.
Megatron copy pasta.
Oh dear.
And since we're back to that level, and we gotta perpetuate the joke.
How dare you?
It's
It's
for
not
the
run,
bit,
though?
Connor. It's for the bit.
I have no idea. What are you talking about?
Connor scream.
I've been maid outfitted.
Oh, I see. The curse continues.
I'm never getting out of here, man. I'm never getting out of here.
You're back in the building again.
Back in the effing building again.
This is your curse, and I'm the full moon.
Instead of turning into a
Nowhere,
wolf, I turn into
A weremaid.
a werewolf. Good grief.
I wonder what happens if I look at a DeviantArt.
Oh my god. There's gotta be at least, like, one.
Weremaid.
Right? Gotta be at least one. It's like a rule of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It exists on the internet somewhere.
Still drawn spooky, scary skeletons.
Yes.
Why is a skeleton holding the sword by the blade? That kind of bothers me a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's intentional. 'Cause, like, that's not how you hold a sword, idiot.
That's what he's doing. I mean, he doesn't have any blood vessels to bleed out on, so you can just do whatever you want when you're dead.
Okay, yeah, there's plenty of them. I gave it a Google search. You can find them.
Oh, goody.
What?
Weremaid. They just can't stop themselves from cleaning. You just wake up and your entire apartment is spotless instead of trashed. Oh no, I did it again.
Oh,
That is actually the most convenient wear curse.
Okay, never mind. I mistook what you were trying to say. I looked at werewolf maid, and there were plenty.
Well, yeah. Of
Oh
course.
yeah, that's easy.
Yeah. Of course that exists. The idea that you just go into, like, a cleaning spree, but then you, like, wake up and you treat it as if something awful has happened.
I can't control myself.
I think this will make like a very funny plot if the main character was like a slob and just likes to place dirty. It's like, oh no, I cleaned it again.
Hot Rod says that otters' bite is worse than their bark. Grr, bark, 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 bark.
I mean,
Yip, yip, yip.
I mean, an otter's bark is it's an otter's bark. That's more like a squeak.
Wait, did you say otters' bite is worse than their bark?
Apparently so.
That's like
bark worse than bite.
They said bite worse than bark.
I'd imagine
that's like-
that physical violence beats
That's-
auditory.
that's like comparing a puppy lick to a shot from an AR-15 into your chest. One is pleasant, the other is not. Well,
Wait, I'm reminding this one post where it's like, can I pet your dog? Yeah, just be careful. His bark is worse than his bite. Dog proceeds to bark at like 2,000 decibels, blowing the man's face off. You don't want to see his bite.
mini game time.
Okay, that messes that up a little bit. I think that's good. I do.
Is it weird that I am in a state like I can't tell if I already took the pill, but I don't want to take. I don't want to take the pill in case I take it a second time.
That's pretty normal.
Even though I have taken a double dose before in my life, but I just don't do that anymore. I stopped doing double dose since high school.
Yeah, if you don't have
Double
to.
dose of what?
ADHD meds for Wong's case.
Ah.
It makes me productive.
Back when I was on meds, something that I would do to signal to myself that I did take them is that I would turn the bottle upside down when I set it back down. So, like, if the bottle was flipped, I was like, oh yeah, I've been here. Meds didn't do a whole lot for me, so, I moved away from that.
I've been taking the ADHD meds since 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's gotta change my brain chemistry in a way. That's gonna be harmful.
Well,
or at least I feel like it made me somewhat dependent on it. I honestly can't tell.
yeah, like, you can develop a dependency on lots of stuff, but also there's chemical dependency, and then there's more, like, how would you put, like, an ideological dependency, like believing that you need something more than you actually do.
The nocebo effect.
Nocebo? Is that a real term?
It may or may not be. It's like the belief that a harmful thing will harm you.
Okay.
I will have to get back to you about whether or not it's real, because it might just be a online thing where people just go on the internet and tell lies.
Let's drop this layer 7 in here. And we're gonna have to get rid of some of this extra stuff. Although, hold on. Actually, did they give me... I think they separated out just the torso.
That line work is so inky.
Yeah.
It's like All Might manga.
In this project, there is at least one other artist, and I had them go over what I produced, just one frame, so that I have something to try and use as a style point. Actually, yes, okay, I do have one that's just the torso, at least with less the other elements. Let's go. Here is, edit, brightness to opacity. Okay, and then get rid of these other elements for now.
Be careful of Noah. Why? Does he bite? No, he judges you.
Good stuff.
Who, me?
That's what Hot Rod said in chat.
I wouldn't judge you.
I would.
I'd just be like, you can do better, and then you're not being the person Mr. Rogers believes you can be.
Oh my god. That is soul destroying.
I'd be judge, jury, and executioner.
Okay, Megatron, calm down.
Okay.
The fact that Cup Toast has fallen into Transformers brain rot is so vindicating for me. I'm like, yes, more.
You're goofy.
I'm a goober goober!
Rock! Down, down, down! Down, down, down! You're a goofy goober! Rock! Oh, goodness.
Put your toys away!
Might be able to get away with starting off.
You should be more concerned about my laser eye attacks, says Noah. Wow, says the dog.
If I just duplicate the torso a couple of times, I could probably get away with transforming it. Let's name this frame 1. I'm also gonna have to, let's see. Right, so this would be frame 1 again in theory? Okay.
In the topic of weremaids, can you get the weremaid to do your taxes?
No, you need a were financial advisor for that.
Incredible. Then I can literally do my taxes in my sleep.
You said get a weremaid, not
that.
get yourself.
Or like I'm just discussing the mechanics.
In my
What
mind,
can they do? What can they not do?
in my mind, a weremaid only does maid activities.
Okay.
There's got to be limits on this, or else otherwise we're going to end up with a were president.
If we knock him out right now, do you think he'll be more effective?
Okay, hold on. What is meant to be happening here? Okay, that's not crazy far off. Yeah, this is just an ease in and ease out. This might be good.
Is it me or have robot characters really have peaked with Portal?
I'm trying to think of better robot examples, and
Transformers are like a different thing. I wouldn't like call them straight out robots.
Yeah.
But I guess you could say Portal is more like AI robots rather than like sentient robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron.
Oh, jeez.
I liked a set of characters from Love, Death, and Robots. The ones in the short 3 robots, but that's not a series. That's just one instance of a piece of media that focused on a couple of robots. So I feel like that kind of disqualifies them a little.
Does a wereperson's fur color change depending on their career?
Black for wear business person. Because they're formal. I'm having an issue where if I have onion skin on, and then the folder that the layer that's being onion skinned has a color filter on it, it also color filters the onion skin. Which is not a conundrum I was expecting to have. Okay, this isn't quite working out how I hoped it would. Let's backtrack a whole bunch. Too far. Too far. Okay. 7, exactly where we need it to be.
You've gone too far, Snake. Die.
6 bounces down.
I like how a big plot point of the Metal Gear series is that the whole Solid Snake story began because they basically sent a guy to complete a suicide mission that he was not supposed to complete, but it was like, oh wait a minute, this guy actually did it and survived. Like, you were not supposed to win. Die.
They just got really mad.
Because I think the politics was that they needed to prove, like, okay, we're gonna send somebody to do something about this problem, but even though the guy that is in charge is like also running that same problem.
Okay.
And like everything was according to plan until the guy that was sent to his own death actually survived.
It's a good bit. Ooh, that's right. This is supposed to be layer 1, actually, here. Do
vampires work at blood banks?
They'd be hungry all the time. No way.
Do you think being a vampire would be treated as a medical condition, so you'd be like, you can be supplied with blood to sustain yourself?
You know Brooklyn in the Heather server, yeah?
No.
They have a vampire character, and part of the end game of that story involves vampirism being considered like a disease and then receiving like blood donations to keep them like normal.
Because I know Brooklyn's a Lavella character.
Yeah,
because he's a funny little goober that turns into cute animals.
Yeah, their other character is imagine if a moody goth farm boy got abducted by aliens, like the type of aliens that are the plot driving force in Baldur's Gate, which turns him into like an alien vampire, and then he spends the next like couple thousand years really wishing he was dead. So he's just like this super lanky, like affront to nature vampire dude who just absolutely sucks to be around.
That's sad. Also, having returned from putting all of my clothes in the laundry, I have with me this thing called a LaCroix pamplemousse sparkling water, and I'm going to try it because I don't know what it tastes like.
Are you pronouncing it that way on purpose?
If something is spelled this way, I always mispronounce it on purpose. It tastes of like it tastes like the not the good part of an orange, but like the aftertaste of an orange.
That's
what it tastes like.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's LaCroix.
Man. But in your discussion of vampires and blood donations, I am reminded of a series called Interviews with Monster Girls.
I think I've seen a little bit of that.
Oh, good. Because I really like that show. The vampire girl in it is a like in this world, like demi-humans such as vampires, snow women, dolahans, etc., succubi, etc., are commonplace. They're not, every other person, but like they're like a minority, but like they are there. And as per the vampire girls, I guess governmental like assistance or whatever, she gets a requisite amount of blood to keep her vampire side stable, and it becomes like a little goofy plot point or like a point of contention for her sister, because she's like, yeah, so my sister has like this cooler that she's allowed to keep her blood in. Keep it cool, but she never uses it, and she keeps all the blood in like our home fridge and uses her private cooler for her like sodas. And she complains to the teacher about it. Like, that's like, you're interviewing them for your like for your like doctorate thesis and whatnot, but at the same time, I want you to understand that this girl is a menace. Like, she's so mean to me. She is a bad girl, teacher. She's mean. She's like tattling on her like.
Oh my god. There's one lesser popular anime that I had found when I was a lot younger, in like middle school. It involved 3 different like monsters / like occult-esque characters living in a treehouse together and trying to like integrate and blend into society. One of them was a vampire girl, and she has this really cute plot line in an episode where she develops a crush on a guy who works at a blood drive truck. And she keeps going to donate blood despite being a vampire. So it's like slowly, not even slowly, it's like she's taking a health nosedive. And absolutely like destroying herself just to have an excuse to go see him repeatedly. And it ends up with her becoming so like anemic and starved that she like completely like passes out. And getting like a blood donation transfused to her. It's really cute because she's like, "It was your blood, right?" And the cast doesn't have the heart to tell her that it came from like one of her like housemates. Really good. Just little side story that always stuck with me.
Meow.
Meow.
Just a sec.
I was just thinking about Oreo today. But to be fair, I think about Oreo every day.
You do be like that. This guy's ribs are crazy. Gosh, it is officially cat shedding season, which is trouble with my older cat. I say older as if he's, like, elderly. He's just genuinely, between the two cats, is the older one.
Simon?
Yes, Mr. Simon. He has...
I like the Mister on the Simon part.
He has some kind of weird, like, double thick undercoat. And last, like, springtime, we discovered that he had secret mats under his fur that you couldn't even see until it got really bad. And so this year, we're, like, getting on top of it extra early. We bought this, like, special brush called a Furminator. And it's genuinely really good at getting at his undercoat, but he hates it. So I'm just torturing this poor cat every so often by following him around and, like, brushing his undercoat out. And he's like, no, stop touching me. And I'm just like, you need this. Also, hello. Hello. Good to see you. Well,
Is Graham's coat still soft?
he is so soft still.
Oh, it's you, Fury.
Yeah, Fury.
Yeah, what's up, party people?
I have laundry. That's what's been
Well, you
eating me from the
excited.
call every. See, it's funny you should mention that because, man, do I not do those things?
Laundry?
I mean, usually it's just everyone asks, do you have any clothes for the laundry? And I'm like, yes, the clothes that I have for laundry are in the bathroom because that's where I keep the clothes that I am taking off before I take a shower and thus need to be cleaned. Except I've also been keeping my outside clothes that are not dirty enough to, like, wash, but not clean it, well, but used on the side so that I can wear them again because I don't want to keep doing that. And that pile has been growing a bit too much. And I'm like, okay, maybe I should get rid of these guys too. And so I did. Of course, that has also left me with the conundrum of I now have nothing to wear tomorrow.
Time to take up that streaker lifestyle.
Yeah, can you go nude?
You're never
I mean, it's not like
you're never without your birthday suit.
it's not that I don't have.
Well, unless you're furry. She was without a birthday suit for a little while.
Wait, it's just skin is birthday suit.
But
Wait,
what is the
that argument might be
Furry.
valid.
Furry was a phage.
my
Like
life as a teenage phage.
skin for a while.
Okay, so
skinned her.
actually, the thing about my lore is that initially, Noah is working at a maid cafe, and technically he still does.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the Noah lore. He's working at a maid cafe and streams in order to, like, just have something to keep his mind off the fact that he has no memories of his life before waking up in a tube.
You know,
Which
normal
which
trauma that everyone goes through.
I mean, he doesn't exactly yet know that he's a corpse. He doesn't realize he's dead and has been revived through eldritch magic.
Who does?
Mainly because his the person who revived him is not actually his big sister, but a witch slash eldritch spider lady.
Normal things.
Which is why
Everyone goes through it at some point.
Which is why Noah has regular ears on top of his cat ears. Because he's a hybrid creature. And also because his sister just likes cat boys and was like, I'm gonna give him cat ears because I can.
As you do.
I forget that neko is used to refer to a cat people in English. since in Japanese it's just literally cat.
True.
I still find it funny that my Japanese teacher last year told me that, well, she saw me in the Facebook page of the cat cafe, so she was like asking, like, do you go to the Neko cafe? Because I saw you there. I saw you in the Facebook. I was chilling with Professor X.
It's fantastic.
Because the staff asked me if they could take a picture of me with the cat, and I was reading a book.
Heck yeah. Good vibes. Yeah, what are you up to today, Fury?
Ref sheets.
Ooh, heck yeah.
I did do a bit of work on the Oliver thing.
Good. I'm super excited to see that, like, just... Okay. Your expressions are usually so good that that's the one thing that I'm like, yeah, hit me with it.
Oh, I hope I don't disappoint you then.
Putting the pressure on you right now. Don't crash out.
Yeah,
Don't crash out.
Yeah, why you gotta do me like this, Doodle?
But, like, for real, though, a lot of, like, your, like, line strokes are always very simple and evocative at the same time. Like, you have good stuff.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I like your stuff a lot, too.
Hey.
But yeah, like, every now and again I just get, like, the urge to, like, draw a furrow-phage. So I do.
One of the resident art gifters of the server cannot be contained.
No.
The ecosystem is better with you here.
Oh, that's such a nice thing to say, thank you.
Who would be the invasive species in this ecosystem?
I'm right
I
here.
want to jokingly say me, but I can't justify it.
No self-deprecation for you.
Furrow-phage?
Probably for the best.
You fail.
Didn't pass the artist test, wasn't self-depreciative enough.
We're taking that license away.
But I don't have a license yet, just a permit.
The artist license.
Yeah.
Art permit, yes.
No, I have a
You can
driver's
apply for it.
permit semi-recently, and I've been doing car stuff for the first time, so that's where that joke lands.
Okay, how's that going?
I'm scared. But not bad.
I'm rooting for you, Connor. You can do it.
Viv says, do art without a warrant. Next time
Unregistered.
Next time
Unregistered
someone draws fan art for me, I'm gonna ask them if they have a license for that.
Cop? You have to tell me if you're a cop. So, would Furrow-phage have somebody read things for her in order to mess with them?
Okay, what do you mean mess with them in this incident? In this incidental?
Well, like, if they find out that, like, this person doesn't like reading this, like, it's like, hey, can you tell me what this says?
That's a difficult one, because she usually tries to keep it, like, secret that she can't read, that she's illiterate. But if someone already knew, then of course she would take any opportunity to make their day worse.
Okay.
I think right now
That makes sense.
I think right now the only canon character who has any inclination that Furry might not be literate is Leviticus, and that's more like a hunch. Like, he hasn't canonically proven it to himself. Wait, no, hold on. Ski might actually know too. That's Stu's character. More so saying that for everyone else. Also, that's Boo. That's Boo Bun in here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, I've never seen them in chat before.
Identify thyself, newcomer.
Ooh, and they're talking in chat. Hi. I believe you probably already understand.
Don't have to voice chat if you don't.
Yeah, that's actually what I was. Stutter. What I was going to say is that I'm currently live to Twitch, so do feel free to use text chat primarily if that's your comfort zone. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Boo. Hot Rod in chat just said Connor must be a ticket because I have fine written all over me. Why are we using the most basic of pickup lines?
I feel like we ought to swap the roast Connor with a Riz up Connor and see how well that works.
You know what? People might actually try harder if I do that.
What are you doing?
So, on my Twitch channel, you know the redeem that automatically starts a poll that says, hey, was this a good roast?
Yeah.
Because no one ever commits to actually trying to roast me, Bro's proposing that I turn it into
A pickup line?
Yeah. Genuinely, people might play ball with that word.
It's not fair. I ain't got no Riz. I got Raz, but I got no Riz.
You don't have any roast either.
I tried.
You did. I can't say you didn't. Well, I could say anything I want. Doesn't make it true, but I could. Boo says, cool skeleton, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am adapting to someone else's art style to do these animation frames, so it's going a bit slower than I normally would go. But it's not going bad, so that's just fine. Hot Rod in my chat says, 'cause they're basic, they charge for better pickup lines. What's your rates, man? I want to know what your rates are.
Okay, pickup line. Yuma must be some kind of acid, 'cause you anything but basic.
Oof.
It's a pH scale joke there.
If you have to
Your
explain it, that's -10 Riz immediately.
Your pH is 14 because you're basic as fuck.
Oh my god. Killing me.
Your pH gotta be 15 because you are beyond a basic.
Noah, you mentioned before you're in STEM. What is it that you're doing exactly?
Biotech.
Okay, so this is right. This is stuff you know.
Yes. Why?
Of course, knowing acids versus basic is probably like knowing the alphabet for bio majors.
So,
Well, yeah, I mean,
acids versus basics.
I had to learn that as a mechanic.
Can you say again, Noah?
Just
Sounds like Noah's gotta step away.
Okay, for context, acids versus bases, right? Acids are essentially like the pH scale basically tells you like how much of a specific kind of logarithmic concentration of like a specific kind of ion there is.
Yeah, it's
in your thing.
Isn't it like the more to the left or to the right you get on the periodic table, except for the nobles, the more grabby or the more like willing the atom is to integrate into like other ones, or not integrate, the more willing it is.
That's not even acids and bases, but yes.
But the more willing it is to give up electrons. Okay, so this is different.
So
okay,
what you're talking about is electro negativity, I think, or ionization.
Okay.
Acids and bases are essentially like water is a perfect example. So you have like water, which is H2O, right?
Yeah.
It's also capable of being referred to as H plus and OH minus. So water is essentially an acid and a base, because a base is almost always just defined by the fact that it has an OH minus ion, whereas acids almost always have an H plus ion, which is a proton versus a hydroxyl ion. The pH number is a negative log of the concentration of the H plus ions in a material or solution. So like the more H plus ions you have, the lower your pH number goes.
Okay.
And the higher your pH goes, the lower your H plus concentration is. To the point where it's like how much there isn't of it. And it's the same, and then we have the pOH, which is essentially the exact same thing, but in reverse. So like 1 pH is like X amount, you have like a crap ton of H plus ions, but you also have next to no OH ions. So the H plus ions are going to be like really, really, really desperate to get rid of that one plus that one electron they have. They are very much keen on getting rid of that as soon as possible. So they will literally just rip apart whatever they come across they'll be like, here, take it, I don't want it anymore. Whereas like chlorine, which is like hydrochloric acid, the chlorine does not like not having an electron. It will yoink the electron of whatever it comes in contact with.
Yes.
So the Cl minus will, that's why chlorine will hurt you so bad, because it's literally dissolving your insides, because it so does not like being in existence as itself.
Like how you said that.
Noah, I'm gonna tell you what I told my professor last week. My attention span gave out already.
Don't worry about it.
No, I'm actually liking this. It's like a chemical melodrama. It's awesome.
So basically, on the right of the periodic table are things that really just want one more electron to be happy,
because they want to be a noble.
They want to, everything wants to be noble.
Yeah, that's fair. But they're almost there, so they're desperate.
They're almost there, so they're like, please, 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 I will take anyone's electrons. On the far left side, we have things that are like, please, 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 take my electrons. I don't want them anymore. If I remove it, I will be happy. And then we have hydrogen, which is just like a proton and an electron. And like maybe a couple neutrons. I don't think there are, actually. No, helium is the one with neutrons. Hydrogen is just one proton, one electron. That's why there's so much of it.
Yeah, it's
single
like
electrons
very basic.
in your area. That is exactly what hydrogen is. it's very unhappy in its state because it can't fill the shell that it has, and because it can't fill the shell, it needs to get rid of it.
Okay.
But if you fill your shell, you're happy, and you don't react with anything. And that has nothing to do with astrobasis.
It just somehow is, like, a little comparable.
It's comparable, yeah. Hydrogen wants a divorce. It really does.
Hydrogen wants a divorce.
Bro, it really does.
He took the electrons in the divorce. Also, Rod dropped another... the most typical pickup line possible. I'm gonna need a map because I got lost in your eyes. Yep. It's making me think of the other incredibly common pickup line. Oh my god. I just heard a child yelling outside, but for a second it sounded like a very displeased cat, and I just had to pause. I don't know if stream could hear that, but that, like, scared me.
Oh, I heard it.
That was an ankle biter. Woo! The other really common pickup line of "Hey babe, are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see."
Babe, were you from Tennessee? Because I am not driving that far to meet you. Sorry.
Do you think there's, like, a subreddit somewhere for anti-pickup lines?
Oh, of course.
That sounds like a good time.
Also, in response to the needing a license for that fan art, for you, Connor, in your art channel, in just a second.
What have you done? Okay, I'm gonna drag drop this in. Pew 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 pew. Okay, something about this drawing. I feel like the implication here is that each bullet is match for match colliding with each other, so neither of us are getting hurt. It's the only logical.
Go with that.
It's the only logical thing.
Sure, let's go with that.
That's incredible.
Oh, think about that one post of... It's like a gif from an anime of a samurai cutting a bullet in half, and then someone added the caption, "Local idiot found with 2 half bullet holes."
That's literally why in Star Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mandalorian wars with the Jedi resulted in the Mandalorians realizing, like, okay, so they can deflect any laser bolt or, like, plasma bolt we shoot at them.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just use regular bullets?
Real.
And thus they came up with the idea of just using pulling a shotgun on a Jedi.
All reliable.
So it really is just parry this, you casual.
Parry this, you filthy Jedi.
Vib says, if you want to stop a bullet with a sword, use the flat side. You were the smartest person here today. And earlier they also said, are you from Earth? Because you look very human.
As a otter person, I feel like that would be an insult.
I could be in the in-between state. I don't need to cling to these labels, man.
Yeah, otter, person, they're just labels. I am neither an otter nor a person.
For now. Until I get to you.
into the autorification machine you go.
Oh my god.
What does being an otter person, does it work on like a werewolf rules or something like that?
It should. Actually, wait. I actually drew my persona as like a were otter. Let me see. Where is that? Go into here. Oh, there it is. Some people went crazy over this drawing. Coughs Wong.
Yes, where otter.
But the actual scoop involves genetic splicing and cloning and machine memory backup. But who knows?
I like especially the otter feet like bursting out of the shoes. It's like, that's really funny.
I felt so clever thinking of that. Oh, Viv just posted a bunch of barking emotes in chat. Good to know people still like the were otter. Fantastic.
Wait, did I not give you ears? Yes, I did.
You want my actual critique?
No. I don't know if I remembered to give you ears during that one meme. I have to finish the joke.
Oh, we're talking
With
about
another
a
one.
completely different drawing?
Yes. No, the one that I'm currently finishing up.
Oh, another?
Yeah. It's the finale.
No warrant. Okay, tracking these
And are
different
allowed
ribs is becoming a little bit of a problem. I'm becoming more and more sold on the idea of doing these animations as 2D puppets. Just because of the style that they're going for. Oh, jeez. The big hang-up for me is that all of the puppeting work right now we're doing in Unity, and I and the team do not currently have the budget to like sponsor any other software, because you could do stuff in Spine, export I think the acronym is FBX, the FBX file, and then import that into Unity. But they won't be able to start looking for funding until after the demo's done. So it's kind of just to work with what you got for now. Yay. Unity isn't bad, but it's definitely not made for the art portion of things to happen in. Okay, jumping back to the were otter, Viv says it's the rip thigh highs that do it for them. Look, I'm just being realistic. That is... At that scale, those things would be destroyed. Okay, looks like there's fitting those in here. Let's do that. I think will be good. Okay, how are we feeling with that? Hot Rod says they're heading out. Absolutely. Thanks for hanging. I'll catch you around sometime. Have a good rest of your day.
No, Hot Rod, not allowed. You have to stay.
I didn't say it.
There is no escape.
These streams are like, I have no mouth, but I must scream suddenly.
The dramatic conclusion. Now out in about 2 seconds once the screen cap program works with me.
What are you planning?
Something cool, I assume.
You'll never take me alive.
Things that make you go,
I'm trying to decide if, based on my frames, I can get away with recycling some of the drawings. Because the torso is changing in perspective. But I could possibly bounce between the two frames, but then I also have this vest bit. And I was thinking about making sure that that has a bit of physics to it, but like at that point I would have to go back and like, you know, re-edit them. Okay, also dragging this Noah Arden. Does my vest say snack?
Instead of SWAT.
Is one of your eyes poked out? You poor thing. You poor thing.
oh my gosh, what happened?
This is the conclusion to the arc.
The Neko arc?
You fool!
Exactly.
You fool! You've said the forbidden name. We're doomed now. Vernier.
Oh.
Vernier. The conclusion to this one. You understand now. Okay,
We then go up in a nuclear explosion.
almost looks like I could reuse one in place of 4? Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, if I duplicate that and rotate it a little, I think that's fine, which means that 4 might be okay as a copy of 8. Okay, yes. I can save myself some grief here.
Give me just a second.
Okay. Copy of 8 in place of 4. Wait. Oh, okay, 9. It is now number 9.
So, gang, when it comes to cookies, do you prefer chewy or crunchy?
Chewy.
It really depends on the type of cookie.
Your classic chocolate chip.
Crunchy. Because those I want to dip in milk. But like
Understandable.
a snickerdoodle, I don't really want to dip that in milk because the cinnamon and sugar is going to wash right off. So that should be just raw dog it. So you want a bit
just
of
the cookie.
You want a bit
Cookie
of
dough
chew.
itself.
I haven't eaten just straight cookie dough in quite a while. Sounds good.
From what I hear, people just remove the egg and just.
So, fun fact. The risk of salmonella in raw baking material actually comes from flour, like statistically way more than egg. And so a lot of these edible cookie doughs, what they do is they actually pre-bake the flour in a pan. The egg part is fine. Also, hi, Toast.
Just autoclave the flour.
Hola, soy tostada.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good day.
Good day, everybody. Welcome. Today we're going to be playing Minecraft and totally ignoring my responsibility to my schoolwork.
You deserve a little bit of Minecraft time.
Oh, these last couple
Es
of...
tostado rosado?
Say that again.
Es tostado rosado?
Translate for me, please.
Google Translate.
Is the toast
I asked
what?
if you were pink toast.
Oh, I am pink toast.
I asked if you were...
Yeah. I am pink toast right now. Just to serve, I'm a server booster, so it just the role for that Discord automatically creates slaps directly onto your account. It's automatic. Greek didn't do it on purpose, so
Yeah.
Ignore it.
It is a piece of default.
I am unfortunately nothing special. I didn't do anything cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to increase the bitrate because I wanted to see if it would change the quality of Greek's Discord streams. Fun fact, it doesn't.
Aww. That's dumb.
It is a little dumb.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I gotta hit those.
Maybe you can ask Greek to get a different color if you're not fond of pink.
Oh, it's not. No, I'm fond of pink. I'm talking about the bitrate in Greek streams. Is that Greek's internet? I don't think is the best. So when you look at it, typically there's some difficulty like discerning pixels, and with artwork, you always kind of want to get as good of quality as you can squeeze out of any stream. So
Absolutely.
I was like, well, maybe this will work. Fun fact, it don't.
We're running the experiment.
You gotta try sometimes. You just gotta see if it works.
Mm-hmm. And I don't throw money into Discord, but something that would get me to do that would be if they let us sort our saved GIFs into folders.
Like an online storage space for GIFs and shit like that.
Well, okay, you know how you can star a GIF and come back to it?
Yeah.
The fact that it's just one long scroll with no sorting mechanism kills me. And then half the GIFs don't load because you're loading 50 at once to scroll to find one specific one.
Yeah.
If they just let me tag or folder them, my wallet.
So an online storage system for the stuff that you have. So a organization system or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the GIFs are already stored through, I think, Tenor? Literally, they would just have to save maybe a text file on your PC at worst that would dictate how it calls the links. That's it.
A text file with the ID number of the ID number of everything would probably do pretty good.
Yeah, you get it. You get it.
Yeah, every GIF should have an ID number. Every GIF, you just have a text file saved with the ID numbers of your things, and then you can sort them into folders.
100%. I regret adding a rotation into this rib cage.
I can't add that guy in Bonanza? Really? Wild. Okay. Sure. We'll do this.
Okay, starting to just lock in on some of these shapes.
Shapes.
No!
Smacks my lips.
Don't eat my shapes!
I ate them. They're done now. I own them now.
I have no idea what the nutritional value of the shapes are.
200 calorie.
Oh my god. Per shape?
Per voxel. per little pixel that I've consumed, it's 200 calorie.
That's so manly.
High calorie diet.
You're in bulking season.
I'm actually in cutting season, believe it or not.
I hope that's going great.
It's going good.
Freaking yeah.
I think I've lost 5 pounds so far. Which might not sound like a lot, but then you realize like, oh, I'm not. It's the type of weight loss that you keep off, so which is the kind that you want.
And also, 5 pounds is significant when you're talking about a body.
Well, on a 230-pound body, it's not all that much.
By comparison.
A more than 1%, so.
I am a large quantity of man.
You gotta have something to work with. That is why people bulk first.
I think I got my squat back up to 450, and I got my bench press back up to 305. So I'm still maintaining strength, which is good. That's good news for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a body that is very resistant to adding anything. Like, no matter how much I eat, I just cannot put on weight or muscle. Like, I'll get toner if I do commit to working out, but my actual mass does not want to change.
I know the feeling.
Rude to me.
Well, unless you get lycanthropy, but that's neither here nor there.
The average lycanthrope.
I can't find a werewolf to bite me. I've been looking on Craigslist for months.
Craigslist?
Unironically, if you really do want to gain mass, just go to your doctor and say, I would like a testosterone shot. Like that, they will just give it to you.
They might do that for cis guys. I wonder if they'd resist that, because I am not.
You just have to do it for not in America now. You just have to do it for non-gender specific reasons.
So if you go in there and say, "Hey, I want a body build,"
yes, they will actually help you do that. You can also just buy, if you really want to, depending on how close you are to the either Canadian or Mexican border, you can just border hop and then just go on a trip to a drugstore in Mexico, and they sell steroids over the counter, which are just glorified T-shots.
Yeah. Oh, that is
trans males T-posing over the trans females who can't E-pose.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't go the same way with estrogen. You unironically are at a huge disadvantage when it comes to estrogen.
Yeah, you'd be better off home brewing it, which some people are doing.
I am legally I am not legal. This is not legal advice. Do not hop the border to access your tea, and tell the pharmacist over there that you would actually like to body build instead of transition. Don't do that. That is actually not very good medical advice.
Very interesting.
Just like
to
the
know.
idea of roided out Connor is really funny to me.
I am not generously sized in any capacity, but I'm very efficient with what I have. Like most average sized dudes, I can wrap my arms around their hips and put a good couple of inches between them and the ground. Just So, like, you know, I don't have a lot to work with, but I know how to work it.
That's statement of all time.
Wait, you're right. Uh-oh.
It certainly is a statement.
Uh-oh. I say on my Twitch channel.
Everything that I have just heard just now.
All right, Clippers, get on it.
Chat.
Foot in mouth. Salty.
Yeah, what I need you to do is I need you to take a picture of Connor's avatar and just throw that over top of a bodybuilder's physique.
The new hunky dory.
Oh my god. Noah has drawn quote unquote doodle mogger before.
Doodle Mogger's fantastic.
It was unpreventable.
I am inevitable.
Oh my god.
I am Doodle Mogger.
Wait, Toast. I don't know if you've ever seen Hunky Dory before. Let me find that. Are you by chance peeking my stream right now?
I am not. I'm sorry. I'm actively engaged in a Balloons Tower defense battle.
The power of capitalism is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
I'm gonna DM you, Hunky Dory, then. You have to deal with it.
Gotcha. I'm fine with that.
I edited this on stream and people were just absolutely like absolutely menaced.
Oh, Hunky Dory from frickin' yeah, okay, I get it. I understand.
This is the ideal male body type.
This is the ideal body type for any person, not just males.
This is the ideal fish body type.
Fish want to?
Fish want to be me.
Fish fear me? No. Fish are sexually attracted to me.
Oh, good. Good. No, these ribs are jittering so much. This is gonna kill me.
For the low price of $500 worth of eco in Balloons Tower defense battles, you too can lose.
Let's rename everything. Okay, I'm just gonna have to reshape some of these things like I am carving a piece of wood. Oh boy. No, I think I may have actually drawn part of this with a subtly off black on accident. Everything's gone wrong.
Oh no.
And I guess I can also just do another trace over of this. Wong in my chat just said Hunky Dory would make Finding Nemo's runtime cut down to 15 minutes.
Just the barracuda getting choke slammed.
I was imagining more like Dory ripping those sharks in half.
Fish are foes.
It's like the scene of the whale trying to eat them, and she just like grabs its tongue and like whips it in a circle above her head and like throws it into the Pacific.
Just pro wrestler coded type stuff.
I,
Now I want to see just like a kids movie where like there's a worried parent that's trying to find his son, and like the first person he meets that's willing to help him is a pro wrestler.
Oh, that sounds really wholesome.
I feel like the moment you said that, somewhere The Rock just went, yes, film idea.
New role acquired.
Although I really want it to be like a Mexican wrestler guy with like the mask and all that.
Ooh, luchador.
Luchador.
See, that could fit into the trope of... Well, no, luchador masks still give a lot of room to emote. I was gonna say, like, the emotionless protagonists due to them having, like, their face covered, but...
Bane himself.
Not a luchador
Well,
mask.
if you've ever like seen like a lucha libre, like I wouldn't exactly call luchadors unemotive. Like they just emote with their whole body.
Yeah,
That is very true.
agreed.
I love emoting with my whole body, but people get scared.
Yeah.
They're not used to seeing men move that fast.
Yeah.
Men that big move that fast.
It is a shame to live in a society where...
We live in a society.
to live in a society where caution like that has to have developed.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like the thing is that that's caution that like didn't exactly come from nowhere.
Yeah.
Which actually does kind of suck.
Yeah, I had an acquaintance for a while who was assigned male and very large, and I hadn't considered it before until they said it, but they mentioned the fact that they try not to be in a park at the same time as children, just because it will make people uncomfortable. And I'm just like, oh...
It's so destructive what misogyny has done to the average person's brain.
Yeah, everyone across the board just... And I haven't lived
For
this,
decades.
but you just know that it sucks to be born into a role where trust in you has preemptively been taken away.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's wrenching in its own way. So, I'm glad we are moving towards better things.
We live in a society, certainly.
Return to monkey.
Oh my god, so I did my name change in college, and I had been thinking about it for a while, and the thing that made me decide to get up and do it actually was around that time I started folding paper cranes to keep my hands busy. And I took a rough draft of one of my papers that had already been graded. I shredded it so that it was just a couple of like origami squares, and I folded it. And when I folded it, a piece of the text that was perfectly framed and highlighted inside it was just the words "society changes." I went back to my dorm and I cried a little, and I decided to go do it.
Nice.
No, we move. We move and we change, and that's great.
We do incredible things.
Yeah. Okay, take this line down to here. At this point, all the fabric bunching. Let's see. Yes. Another thing with this animation is it's probably going to get halved in resolution, so I have to make a decision of how much time I'm putting into details here. Yeesh. Okay, big part of this collarbone here, not going to be seen. Rid of that. Oh, that is the elevator music of my brain.
The Star Wars bar music.
Cantina. Mm-hmm. I don't know why that became an earworm for me out of nowhere. Usually you get earworms like when you rewatch something and you're like, oh yeah, that is a bop. No, that just apparated one day and I haven't heard it in like years. I'm stuck with it. Not the worst earworm. Guess I could. You can revel in that taste.
Hey, ear, you worm.
Actually, let's see. It feels if I squish this down because we are dealing with the arm sort of jangling down because these are a bunch of loose bones. Yeah. I'm still getting a problem with that collarbone kind of disappearing for a minute there.
Hello, new arrival.
Oh, that's Boo coming back from walking the dogs. Heck yeah. What the dog doing? Okay, right here. We're gonna have to raise that and cut that a little bit down. I should have expected the ribs would be the hardest part of this. If I look at the actual reference for this character and their full art, it is a lot of bits and bobs.
Oh yeah, that's actually the worst part of drawing a skeleton for me. It's like getting all them ribs in.
Especially if you have to be specific with how many there are. I don't. But like, I in college doing like the anatomy drawing classes and having like the actual bones counted out and that being a part of your grade, that's like, I couldn't fit all the knuckle bones. Oh, I've infected you.
I've infected you. I already had this in my head. This has been in my head for a while now, all right?
Okay, you just accurately guessed what I was doing then, I think.
Absolutely I did. I always. Let me look at that.
It's the same disease, but we both acquired it.
Oh no.
Yes? No?
Okay, I can cough on someone and then they'll have it.
A problem has arisen.
What?
What is said problem?
I was gonna make another like subsequent frame for this little comic,
Mm-hmm.
and rather than make a subsequent frame of of the previous frame that I have copied. I have done it on the original frame.
Oh.
Basically, I drew on the layer that I wanted to copy.
Okay. Are you in like Clip Studio?
Yep, and I have a fix.
Well, something that I do when I do that, I'll copy the original frame, like I'll have it in the clipboard, copy, paste, copy, and then I will spam Control Z to see if I can get back to the original, and without pressing any buttons...
Control V.
Yes. Is that what you're gonna do?
Let's find out.
I guess the other thing you could do would be saving an alternative clip file and then Control Z. That probably would actually be safer because then you couldn't accidentally hit Control Z, like copy a second time and delete your copy. Well, wait, I should be doing that. Why am I doing it the other way?
Oh, balls.
Oh.
I got this. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Is it really?
It is fine.
Okay.
Big success.
Nervous for you there, bud.
Millions must yippee.
Wait, I want that on a t-shirt.
Hell yeah. Millions must yippee.
Yippee! Me at your roommate.
Oh my god, yeah, he was doing that again last night.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh wait,
Can I-
that makes even more sense given my current picture.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask what this is for? Is this like a commission that you were working? Like, what is it a commission for? Is it like a game? Like, this is a very cool
It is a
animation.
post. Oh,
Talking to
You're
me,
asking
not you. No.
Yeah, I can't see what you're drawing, Noah, unfortunately.
don't
Psychically.
worry. It's
Psychically sing it.
of no consequence.
Oh my gosh. This is intended for a video game demo that I am not currently allowed to name on stream. But the plan is to produce a demo and then shop it around for proper funding.
Fun. Okay.
It's one of those projects that I've found myself in by posting around on different boards for finding a team. And you know, when you just have free time, it's like, yeah, no, put me on the RevShare project. Let's see if this goes anywhere. And if not, then I've suddenly learned how to use Unity and I'm more hireable for the next thing.
Yay!
Exactly.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. And also this art style is definitely challenging me, so getting some good juice.
Millions must yippee.
It's so hard when you have to match a style that you don't normally do. I work for like a little farm, like text-based game, and the guy that runs it basically has he bought like a pack, like a asset pack, and sometimes he just needs like something random that's not in any of his asset packs from this one artist, and he's like, hey, can you just do this and draw it in the style of the other artist? And I'm like, yes. And it sucks, but I love doing it, but it just takes a lot to learn.
Yeah, I saw you posting a bunch of like the dinosaur portraits and stuff. Those were fantastic.
Yeah, those are fun. Those are the ones I'm allowed to do in my own style, which is cool. But at some point, I could show you like the silly, like I drew a jar, or I drew a spider, or something that is not cartoony animals, because he lets me do whatever I want with the animal stuff, but. When it comes to like, oh, this is like, I need a jar of honey or a jar of something for the game, he's like, just do it in the style that we currently are using for that stuff. I'm like, because we have thousands and thousands of items, so like swapping them all over to be like a cartoony style would take a long time, and he does not have the budget to pay me to redo all the art in the game. So it's like a stylistic choice.
No, 100% I get it. Both struggles. Very real. Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap stream here. So I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let's see who's on. Okay. Ira's doing art. Yeah, let's see. Are they doing commission?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. They have surrounded their model with plushies and PNGs of some anime boy Blorbo. I have to go find out who this is. Okay.
Where are we ending up going to?
Ira 114. That is AYRA. Thank you so much for keeping me company in VC, you fellas.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
Of course.
Yeah, and I'm gonna deafen up and say my goodbyes to stream. Do my streamer spiel. Okay, set this up. Raid Ira. Okay, Ira is a fantastic artist who takes commissions and has a fantastic vibe. Now to find— no, not the copy paste. I gotta finish so quickly. Be good to streamer, be good to each other, most importantly, be good to yourself. I refuse to let you put it in TTS. I'll catch you around sometime. Have a good one. Ta-ta.